and lost my old saves, unfortunately, including the Turkey one we were doing, which is unfortunate, but I needed all the accurate information to get the tutorials done and things like that. Today, I really actually want us just to militarize uber fast. I want to test out some of the divisions I've been building for the guides I'm making for this coming week. So that includes air, that'll include navy, and that'll include land. So, it used to be Germany had a much better starting situation for their economy. It's not bad. We can do a couple more focuses really quickly and get some nice stuff, but I really want to quickly militarize and I want to test out some of these divisions. Given I think Germany's the best besides the US, which I don't really want to do, given that they start with so much modern tech, so I don't have to go research a bunch of stuff that I would normally have to do, which is a real pain in the ass. We start with basically almost all the researches I need for some of the divisions I want to try out, except for naval, sadly. Makes sense, to be fair, but I just won't try out the carriers, which is fine. So that's the plan. What's up, OES? What's up, Mage? What's up, Wata? What's up, Cog? How y'all doing? Wata, you finally got to sleep, huh? I just figured you stayed up all night, to be honest. Okay, let's start with the usual then. It's so nice starting as like a modern country. In Millennium Dawn and HOI4 in general, I get so bored of playing like really powerful countries where you just start out with so much, you know? Like the people in base HOI4 who can play Germany over and over again. Germany is a very fun country to run, don't get me wrong, but dude, I can play it once or twice, you know, and then it's just kind of like, okay, this is really easy, unless it's in multiplayer, but still. We will start out with the generic ones. I'm gonna build us a few more civs, which will go pretty quickly given our construction speed, which is absolutely bonkers. Then I should look at this. Where do we want to build? Probably Bavaria. 13 versus 10. The max will be larger. No, we want to build in Baden-Württemberg. Max out. Structure. Network infrastructure. Remember, always build these anywhere you have a lot of building slots in Millennium Dawn because you will save yourself a lot of time and it's way more efficient. So let's do that. We'll build those civs and then I'm just gonna go straight into mills and dockyards. I'll actually probably start dockyards as soon as we can get a little bit of extra building as well. We're gonna immediately go down the meme path because I want to take us to the Monarchist Germany route. It'll be fun. Where is that focus I'm looking for? There you are. Constitution of Germany. The nation's constitution has written down the basic laws of the nation, however, they will not be perfect, and we can change that, allowing us to mold the nation to our liking. They added a really cool, unique mechanic for this Germany update. Germany's getting a whole new tree. It's really solid. It's a really good tree. But there's a whole mechanic with like basically the state intelligence apparatus to deal with radical Islam, radical like far leftists, and then the radical right. There's a bunch of things you can do for it. It's pretty cool. I haven't played around with it much. I just clicked through these buttons last night a little bit. That's about it. But especially you have to give funding to dealing with radicals or they'll get more power. We're actually trying to go radical. So for us, it's not too big of a deal, to be honest. Yeah, I got a job at university. Congratulations, Mage. I'm very glad to hear that. Bit anxious at first time I will ever be teaching anything. I'll say it's a teaching job then. You'll do fine. The key is confidence in teaching. No matter what level of teaching you're doing, as long as you are confident, that's what matters. And if you're not naturally, you'll get it with time teaching. Just one of those things. You'll do fine. You're very knowledgeable. And there's nothing that gives confidence in lecturing or in monologuing for hours quite like knowing what the fuck you're talking about. It really helps. Got some third generation stuff here. We need the XP to design the modules I want, so we'll wait on actual good tanks. Same with air. We'll start making just basic Typhoons, though. Not a great design, not a horrible one. And did one on AC-130s. They're not actually AC-130s. I'm just saying that for my own clarity here. And then, so frigates are actually the meta now. It used to be destroyers. I still like destroyers because they're actually behind your screen line. But according to all the testing that the MD Naval Dev has done, frigates are the meta, so we will build those today. We actually have extra free civs. In that case, I want to get some dockyards going. We'll want to max out that, and then I'm going to max out the doctrines there. I'm going to build a big navy. Because why not? You only play micronations. Well, you'll be very happy to know that San Marino is getting a focus tree. I kid you not. So, yeah. I play tested the first version of those mechanics. Which ones? New Germany tree is really good. It's really in depth. There's a lot to it, which is nice. Way bigger. The old Germany tree was very solid. It was very well done, but it was like, you know, one of the earlier trees. It was there when I first really started playing Millennium Dawn, which wasn't in the earliest days, to be fair, but it was, you know, it was a while ago. I've been playing this mod consistently for a good few years now. All high tech. Oh. Airborne. Actually, let's do the important one first. Let's do our mechanized. You have a lot of really good generals as Germany, that is for sure. Engineers, very nice. Okay, we're about good, and then we need one actual spec ops leader, which so that will work there. Maybe I didn't. Okay, we're good. We just need to... Our Navy, how's our energy looking as well? Man, with all of MD's new features now, there are so much you have to do when you start out, which I enjoy, but... I mean, there used to be a lot, now there's even more. You think base HOI4 is a pain in the ass to set up. MD is even worse. We actually have a excess of energy, which could allow us to run a surplus if we want to import a little bit, but I don't, because I want to free up some actual civs here so we can build. We're not going to do that. The glorious Kriegsmarine. Stick. He's actually pretty good. Whoa, hello. Wow, okay. And Johann Stricker is a very good admiral. Screen Captain, which decreases visibility. That is fucking huge in naval combat. So is speed. Your screens in which in this are frigates and corvettes. Most important stats are visibility and speed. Lowering your visibility, increasing your speed decreases how quickly they are killed. And remember, their job is always just to survive as long as possible. So that's cool. Bavarian nationalism. The Bavarians could get independence now. We're seeing that. Okay, let's get going. I do want to move pretty quickly through this. I'll go probably whole speed until we go to war. Because again, I do mainly want to test out some divisions today. So that's the main thing I'm doing. What's up, what the? Yes, the usual flexing. Can't do that in Roblox. Yeah, I agree. So playing Powerful Nations is fun, especially in like multiplayer games, like in the old games we used to do back in the server. Like those were pretty fun, but with AI especially, you just stomp on them so easy. It's just kind of like, I don't know. Do I really want to take candy from children? Maybe once in a while it has a bit of an appeal, but after a certain point you just feel bad. Close down all the EU stuff. We are going to go nationalist, so we won't be in any of this. Yeah, how are you gonna get banned twice from Roblox? What the? That's pretty impressive. Nope. We won't need PMCs. Everything else we will. There are so many decisions now in MD. It's kind of crazy. And then our budget. Not good. Not good at all. That should be enough. Maybe not. Always lease civs unless you are like the US, and even then still lease these civs. Always worth it. They changed it. You only get 1 off-map civ now. You used to get 3, which was a little overpowered, to be fair, so that makes sense. Then I'm going to do industrial projects, which will hurt our economy even more, but that is fine. Welfare is killing us. Let's start cutting. What's up, droid? Hell yeah, the new tree. I want to test out some divisions today, so I'm just going to be rushing down the nationalist path and declaring war on some unsuspecting countries. Well, let's hold on to that. I don't know about that, what the? That seems like a bit of a stretch. You were bullying children in Roblox, and we simply gave you a few ideas from our old days bullying children in Minecraft. There's a big difference. You're spinning that narrative, son. Proud. It must take such a long time to set up all this eco stuff before you can even unpause the game. Usually, yeah, I rush through it because I've done it so many times, but holy fuck. I remember the first time I opened up Millennium Dawn, and, you know, that was before a lot of these features were even implemented, and even then it was very intimidating. But my love of modern politics and geopolitics was enough to sustain me through it. We're going Kaiserreich. Kriegsmarine at Kaiserreich, and I'm gonna conquer a bunch of countries. Test out some air divisions, some naval divisions, and then some regular ones as well. We will take that. They're fully trained, I believe. Yes, I think our Navy is too. We're running out of fuel again, though. Oh, we have a nuclear reactor. We're Germany. We should.
We got advantages pulling on the left side of the building.
This is 4.5, Roger. PID with the individuals coming out of the building with weapons. This is 4.5, you're clear to engage. Initials Mike Juliet Alpha. You're clear to engage with weapons. You're clear to engage with weapons. Roger.
We should have nuclear reactors in 2000, shouldn't we? Hold on. Where is their nuclear reactor? I know they have a couple. Germany's had nuclear power for a while now. Did they not have it in 2000? That would really surprise me. I guess they didn't. Oh, let me Google that. They built 17 reactors in Germany for nuclear power. Got 14% of their power. When did they build them? Yeah, they developed them in the 50s and the 60s. I must have missed them. They must be the game. You know how to get them, right? I mean, you used to be able to manually build them, which it looks like you can't anymore, which means you have to do the build enrichment facility, I would assume, right? But they should already exist in the game. That's the issue. Because they already have them in 2000. It would show up. I think they changed this, didn't they? It would show up like here or something. Here we go. Okay, nuclear reactors, there's 8 of them. I see. So they are working. Giving us 16 gigawatts. Okay, that makes sense. I see. It used to be you would build them on the map as a building. With the energy update, they now appear in the energy screen. And then you build them with that button. Okay, that makes sense. Still not making enough fuel, though. What's up, Gray? How are you doing? It's Been a pretty good week, pretty interesting week, that's for sure. How has your week been? Dude, I don't like short hair. I used to, when I was like a fuckboy back in college, I had short hair with like the fucking really low sides. But I never liked that look very much, on me personally. I'm not familiar with the new features that came out with Arms Against Tyranny, so I'm puzzled about those Pentagon-shaped cities are. The main big change with Arms Against Tyranny is defense companies. So when you're building like new types of tech or certain designs with like, you know, your tanks, your planes, or anything else, you basically put them underneath a military company, which you can get points for, expand, and then you actually get bonuses on your equipment. That's the main update for Arms Against Tyranny. I think there was one or two other big features as well, but that's the huge one. That is a very major impact on the game in every way. I did the mechanics and political stuff specifically so I can get those two in the easiest. If you have any feedback on Germany, let me know. I'll be on stream for a while. Will do, man. Absolutely will do. Article 21 of the German Constitution prevents the rise of certain political parties that could potentially threaten the republic. This is, of course, anti-democratic in nature, so therefore must be ruled out and replaced. We're going for right nationalists, so. What's up, the night? Cold mostly? Oh, yeah, great. The temperature has dropped so much, at least where I'm at in the US. It's getting down to freezing every night. I'm upstairs in like a really old house built like, you know, before the Great Depression. So the walls are like, that thick, and I don't think there's any insulation in them. So when it's hot, it's fucking hot, and when it is cold, it is fucking cold. And the heating doesn't get up here. So I've just got like layers on layers of blankets. East Germans migrate to the west. Sure, we'll take that stability. I'm sure there are consequences, but it's fine. Oh, we really gotta do something about our fuel issues here. And we just have to import, simple as that, unfortunately, which is going to make us lose a lot of our civs that we really need. 1.4 trillion in debt as well is not fantastic. We are about to get hit again. Try and hold on. We're good, stable growth. Before we conquer, we will have to fix the economy a little bit, unfortunately. It was actually worse than I thought it was. Article 21, it's an article in the German Constitution that basically makes it so like radical communists and radical far right can't get power again. Unlike many constitutions, like for example the US, which there is nothing that stipulates certain ideologies cannot be present in the government. I mean, the US could technically have a Nazi party and it would be legal. I think it actually does. I think it actually does. I remember right. But in Germany, that's not allowed. Their constitution, obviously built after the Second World War, stipulates that certain types of political ideologies just are not allowed in politics, period. Which is a good thing, in my opinion, but there's ways around that, like the AFD. You don't have to call yourself what you are. You can just dog whistle and pretend, which is what a lot of parties do anyway. Oh boy, Midge. You got me. Yeah, it's gonna be a very cold winter, I think. Looking that way. I got some extra long pants, so I'm chilling. Dude, I always like the cold, like in early fall. You know, in early fall, when it starts to get colder out, you get like the lovely colors on trees. It's a really nice atmosphere. You know, you've got Halloween coming and Thanksgiving. It's lovely. And then it gets into actual winter, and it's really cold, and then you forget about the pain of summer, and it's just cold. And we're almost there, at least where I'm at. I mean, it is like what now? Mid-November, so. Because I'm built for the cold. I don't know if you guys can tell, but my body is covered in a thick layer of body hair to an inconvenient degree. In summer, it fucking sucks. But in winter, I will say that shit is useful. All right, we have to overthrow the Republic first. How do we overthrow the Republic? That is the question. Let's complete will of the people. The Republic must have been overthrown. Republic must have been overthrown. Mother-like decisions, I bet now, maybe. East versus West divide, Bavarian nationalism, energy, foreign arms market, political decisions. How do we overthrow the Republic? That is the question. You gotta defund the left wing and the right wing in BFE to overthrow the Republic. Oh, you gotta use the BFE menu. I'd say that should definitely be noted on that focus. Otherwise, people are gonna not know what to do, get angry, and go play another focus tree. I know I would, if I was in a mood. Okay, so defund the left or right wing. Can increase it. And how do I fund it? Oh shit, yeah, I didn't read that. Okay, that's on me. When that event pops up, you should put an important fucking thing in red on there. Otherwise, people will be fucking monkeys like me and not read it. I was like, that's a lot of text. I'm gonna click through that. I know how to play Millennium, Don. Huh. You gotta unpause for the change to take effect. I see, okay. So we're just gonna massively defund the left, and then we can overthrow the Republic? I guess. Does that sound right? We probably want to defund Islam or counter Islam too. We can. What's up, Linus? Does Germany actually have specific departments for certain ideologies? Oh, so I'm doing the opposite. That seemed like I was defund. Because I'm countering the leftists, right? So wouldn't that like allow me to centralize power with the right? Counter leftist spending. No, that's gonna allow us to gain daily Western support. Okay, that's weird. That's very unintuitive. Okay, I see. I get it. Okay. Or rather, I want to go that way. All right, boys, we're gonna fund the far right. This is what they call in HOI4 doing atomic K. Okay, no, that is wrong. I really just am not like understanding this mechanic very well. So you can either raise the daily Western support, or so you have to keep lowering nationalists, though. There's no way not to. It will get shut down, though, if you underfund it enough. So this will get shut down here if we keep doing this. I see. Okay. And then we obviously want to keep doing that. Okay. That makes sense. Even though it's going to raise Western, I think we would want to do that too, so they don't get power, given they're actually innately more popular. Yeah. Full fast growth. Okay. I think I've got that right. I think with a prime ruin. The BFE goes after radical groups, so defunding them prevents them from doing that. So we are preventing them from defunding the far right, meaning that we can actually get the far right and then can overthrow the government. All right, I see. Makes sense. Well, we're going to work on the economy in the meanwhile. So we can actually do fun stuff when we get real power here. Deutschland Industry. Germany was once the industrial workshop of Europe. Now it is lagging behind the rest of Europe. It's now the new millennium and time to restart these old workshop cogs once more. Out of curiosity, Droid, has the MD dev team ever considered ChatGPT for these messages? They're not like, I'm gonna say it. A lot of the focuses are really poorly written. Like really poorly written, and I know there's a ton of work you guys have to do, but sometimes they are physically painful to read. Have you considered like throwing them in ChatGPT? Because, you know, I know it's a meme, but it does improve shit by quite a lot. Bosnia's trait, really? Is it all ChatGPT? I can't click on it. Oh, yeah. I think it's honestly a good idea. I mean, really. Because it's either like, I don't know, sometimes it's like I'd almost prefer them to be empty. Like if the name says what they are, and it's gonna be just like a sentence of buzzwords that waste like 2 seconds of your life, you might as well have them empty sometimes. And it's not just empty, a lot of mods are like that, you know? A lot of times you'll get mods that will make these really ambitious focus trees, which seem cool in theory, but then all the writing for them is just like, you know, you might as well just write blah, blah, blah 20 times, right? It's almost the same. MD tends to be better. It's up there with like, I'd say Kaiserreich in terms of quality, but you know, sometimes it's still very much there. I got you, okay. Especially the military focuses. Those tend to be just atrocious. Let's see if I can find one off just immediately here. Some of those are physically painful to read. Let's see here. Let's find a really generic looking one. I bet this will be bad. Yeah, that's actually not bad. Watch this. This is like the one focus tree that has really good writing for all their military focuses. Okay.
There are many more people
Okay, here we go. Perhaps being the aggressor isn't always the best option. Perhaps being a strong defensive nation will be a better option, question mark. I mean, yeah. But you could also just fill that with some, I don't know. That's like, you know, I guess almost being critical for being critical's sake, but when you read enough of those focuses in a playthrough after a while, it's like, you are, even if they're well written, you already get kind of burnt out, and when you get really shitty ones, it's just like, oh, fucking Christ. You know, the new Germany focus tree is top tier though, so I'm not looking at the best nation for what I'm talking about. This is a really well done tree, but still. Okay, we have 3 destroyers, 12 frigates, and 15 attack submarines. That is a really weak fleet. We will need to upgrade that. I am working on dockyards now, but they're gonna be pretty slow. All right, now we just kind of run things. Iran's focus descriptions are hurtful. Imbo, I think, have you tried the new CK3 DLC? I have not. It's 12 bucks. I'm broke as shit, and I'm not paying for 12 bucks something right now. If so, what do you think of it? No, I haven't tried it. It looked good. It looked overpriced as usual. Did you guys see, did anyone see how much the next Vic 3 DLC is gonna cost? I'd almost forgiven the Vic 3 fucking corporate team for Vic 3 because they're gonna release the new flavor pack for Brazil for like $7 and it looks actually really good. And I was like, okay, they're actually changing their ways. They're actually trying to rebuild support of the community in their fucking game. You know how much Sphere of Influence is gonna cost the next DLC for Vic 3? Did anyone see that? I don't know if anyone has been following and seen how much they're going to charge for it. It's a lot. Basically a full new game. 40 fucking euros, man. 40 euros for Sphere of Influence. Fucking crazy. Oh yes, more than 20. Yeah, 40. 40. I mean, if it's a whole new game they're going to build on top of it, sure, but it won't be. I get tired of complaining about Paradox's bullshit, but that one in particular was like, oh, fuck, dude, come on. They are in like rebuilding mode with their community right now. They don't need to do shit like that. Yeah. They may lower it if they get pressured enough, we'll see, but yeah. Pretty crazy. Expanding the public sector. We should begin a reform and restructure of the public industry sector. See, that's an example of what I'm talking about. Going after the East versus West divide first? How come? A group of 10 had just finished their German class in Dusseldorf and walking to the train station to go home. They're walking right next to them. A plastic bag which contained a bomb suddenly exploded. Okay, we're dealing with domestic terrorism then. We'll open an investigation. What's up, Eli? Eli, thank you again for voicing Simone, by the way, man. That came out so nice. Appreciate that, dude. You should go after East versus West first. Where's that? No, wait. Wasn't it over here? I see. East versus West, underneath the divide. Okay, gotcha. Thank you, droid. I'm still triggered that I can't build on Vassal's land. It's super annoying. You mean in Vic 3, right? Yeah, I agree. Pain in the ass. To be fair, it does allow metagaming really heavily, but given you can get achievements already with cheats on, it's kind of redundant. Eastern social services are proving ineffective and is causing quite the uproar in the region. It may already be too late to save the already collapsing system there, but maybe we can trade some of the benefits to save the system. We will opt the social spending, and then I'm going to immediately lower it again. Try and get us into a surplus here. That'll cause problems for us politically because I'm sure people expect higher levels. They do, but that's a good thing because that'll only continue to discredit the ruling Western government, which obviously we do want to push out of power. If we get rid of our industrial projects, we're almost in a surplus, so I'm completely fine with what we've got right now. Let's keep going here. Millennium Dawn is about to get an update. Next week it's going to. On the 18th, I think, or 16th? Something like that. Eli, your voiceover was fucking great, man. Don't even try. I will not hear it. Okay. Dusseldorf synagogue attack. For the second time this year, a racially motivated attack happened in Dusseldorf. Unknown persons snuck towards the entrance of a religious building at night and started a fire in an attempt to burn the structure down. At the time, however, the police had more luck. Two men from Tunisia and Morocco confessed to their crimes. It became clear that the two had committed crimes out of hatred of Israel, as recently a boy from Palestine was shot dead by Israeli soldiers. Start the trial. You'll invest in Ethiopia. I mean, maybe he's a never country mage. What are they going to update? A ton of new focus trees. Russia's getting a new tree. Germany's getting a new tree. India's getting a new tree. Fiji, Venezuela, San Marino. There's a couple others I'm missing too. Central. There's like a focus tree that will be the same for all the Central Asian countries, such as Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Kazakhstan. They're all getting like a joint tree. Belarus is getting their tree expanded on. America's getting their tree expanded upon. I think there's another whole new focus tree as well. There's an energy system being added, so to maintain all your buildings and your industry, you actually have to generate energy through things like fossil fuels, renewable energy, or nuclear power. If you don't, you're fucked. Plane designers being added. The military system and air system's been reworked. New doctrines. There is a new doctrine path for Navy, the Jean Nicole Navy. There's a new doctrine path for air. And then there are now unique doctrine paths for airborne, spec ops, Marines, and then air mobile too. So, yeah, those are, I think, all the updates. A lot of stuff, honestly. Yeah, new UK tree I don't think will be out of date, but I know it is being worked on. The voice line's done for German soldiers is one of the devs. Fuck. Right, by the way, I was promised to be one of the generic leader portraits like a year and a half ago, and that never happened. I don't think I ever sent Bird a picture of myself, but still. That was funny. I think he told me no when I asked him to be the portrait for the Monarchist American Path. I asked that. I can't recall, it was so long ago. Can't wait for the Victory Brazil run, but I feel like migration is kind of broken. With a new update for 1.5, yeah, I want to do it. I don't really want to do a campaign for 1.5, but I don't know if I'll have the time for it. I basically only have time for one stream a week for the immediate future. They change, we'll see. So I don't know. We'll do safety net first here. When I'll be able to do it, I might actually have to wait until the start of 2024, in a month or two, so we'll see. Because I'm either going to get the Grand Campaign working for HOI4 next week, or we're moving on to Stellaris. It's one or the other, so we'll see. And I'll go back to those streams. The workers are the backbone of any industry, and without them, the industry would be nothing. Appealing to the workers is a must, ensuring they receive fair pay, pensions, and adequate sick pay, while keeping our workforce happy and production steady. Political power, 0.2. Political power gain, 20%. Lost stability. Unemployment threshold increased. Not too unbalanced. All right, I'll get the portrait right. The BFE wants to shut. The BFE wants to shut down a left-wing organization that was recently come into our nation's spotlight. Many are concerned that the group could grow into something larger, but others weigh it off as just another small group of disgruntled Germans. Increase spending. Right, we have a lot of political power. Let's go ahead and start lowering our corruption. 390 each. As with any Millennium Dawn playthrough, unless you are role-playing and want to role-play out corruption, the first thing you should always spend your political power on, well, number one, look at your budget, look at your expenses. If there's anything here that's ridiculously high, just cut it. Honestly, just cut it. Like, we should probably even cut our healthcare here. I'm gonna do that really quickly. Right. Cut the shit you need to. And then when you have a semi-balanced expenses and like you're almost in the green, or you think you can, like, you know, obviously develop your industry enough that you don't have to worry about this, your next thing you want to always spend your political power on is just lowering your corruption levels to 1. Corruption at one time did have a little bit of upside. It does not anymore. There's no upside. Always lower this to the bottom. It is just all bad, and you always want to lower that. Do that before anything else. It'll make everything else easier for you. Let's keep investing in Ethiopia as well. Our first spy. For Nicholas Richter. And then a little exploit here. We're going to go ahead and grind levels for him in Northern Cyprus. Why? Northern Cyprus has no factories, meaning they cannot get intelligence agency, meaning your spy will probably almost never be caught. So always, when you get a spy in MD, build intel network, which will grind XP points for you, and put him in Northern Cyprus, and come back in a year or two, and he'll be max level 4. Unlike vanilla, you can go to level 4 in Millennium Dawn, and then your spy is just ridiculously effective. So, yup. Corruption will fuck you up. In real life and in Millennium Dawn. It is one of the worst things for a country to have. 20% political power is pretty high, yeah. It is pretty high, but given that you don't make much to start off with anyway, given that you got the East-West divide, as you can see here, and that you're an EU member, it kind of almost balances out the EU member status. And given, obviously, Germany is really the diplomatic power of the EU, if we're gonna be honest, I don't actually think that's too overpowered. I'm gonna be honest. I don't disagree with that. Normally, big boosts like that are dangerous, and if this was like Libya or some shit, yeah, that'd be way too much. But for Germany, given their status in the 21st century, given their incredibly effective diplomatic core, I really don't think that's overpowered. Unless we're about to get like 10 more of those that'll just stack, then that's a little different. We'll see. Really depends. Context is key. Check out your people's demands on the protest mechanic place to see if there are protests. Yes, there are. I've defunded stuff. So this is one of the new features as well, which is the expectations of your populace. So if it's in the red, that means they expect higher spending. So for example, I have put our social spending down to 0, which is saving us a lot of money, and we're getting back into the green. However, this here means that our people expect our spending to at the very least be basic pensions. If we don't have that, it'll piss them off and cause problems. Same with administrative spending. It is expected that we are at a centralized bureaucratic state, which I'm not doing because I want the construction speed, but you should typically do this. If it's blue, you're spending too high and can lower it. So we can actually lower our military spending and people would be fine with it. But we need to technically increase our social spending or people will be unhappy. So I'm doing that on purpose. I don't want to stay Western, so I don't mind if people get angry at the government and if it destabilizes us. I just want as much industry as I can build and going as far right as I can as quick as I can. Corruption's your cultural value? A true Ottoman, mage. A true Ottoman indeed. Protests you see at the top. Protest strengths, 26. Protest radicalization, 0. Corporate tax cut. Cutting our corporate tax rates will alleviate some of the pressure on businesses, which they are suffering from. That's a really powerful focus, I will say. Not undeserved, given this is Germany. Like, Germany is one of the countries where if they really do get some pretty wild focuses in the early 2000s, I wouldn't be opposed to it, just due to their special stature. But 2 office sectors in the fossil fuel pan is very nice. It does cost us 24 billion though. And given we are already at 1.6 trillion in debt, that is very high. But our GDP is also very high, so balances out. That's like only a 50% debt to GDP ratio, which is really not that bad actually, which is why, as you can see here, our interest rate is pretty low, 2.76. Your interest rate in your debt, whether you're a private individual, a corporation, a business, or a country, is always just related to how much money you bring in and how much money you're worth, right? Like for example, when you research your stock, which is basically understanding the company to see how they're doing, it's important to look at their debt, how much public debt they have, but it's always in relation to their, you know, the money that they generate and then all their collected assets total value. And it's the same with a country, right? Your GDP and then the money you bring in is what defines how much of your debt is actually worthwhile versus bad, because debt is a good thing. Now, I think debt is a good thing, and there's a lot of economists who would agree with me, given that debt allows you to spend and to invest and to create more opportunities and grow your economy, which can outscale its own costs. But if you get too much of it, you got a problem. And Millennium Dawn is the same thing. If really, I'd say if your debt is over your GDP, that's when you have problems, and that's when the game mechanics will start to really screw you. So try and keep it below your GDP. So for example, for us, we've got a 50% debt to GDP ratio, which is fine. But if our debt ever got over 3.2 trillion, which is our GDP, that is when we are really gonna have a problem, and we really wanna work on trying to cut it down. And even that's a little high. But if you know how to play HOI4 and you know how to play Millennium Dawn, you'll be fine. More energy, and then let's start to work on some of our military stuff here. I'm gonna make just pure meta fighters. So you want this 3rd generation avionics. This is a really good module for making your fighters fucking broken. So let's work on that. Let's work on some upgrades on a couple of our companies as well here. Airbus defense, okay. That is fucking broken? Oh my god. Okay, so reliability. This is not a normal roleplay stream. This is more of me testing things kind of stream. But if you listen and you like Millennium Dawn, you're going to hear some stuff which will be really useful to you, like this. Reliability is really important now in Millennium Dawn. They've done a bunch of changes to air to obviously go along with the air designer and generally change a few things. Reliability and air accidents are a much bigger deal. Reliability with your equipment, like for your troops in base HOI4 and just like regular HOI4, basically describes how often you will lose it and you'll need to replace it. So if you have low reliability on like your small arms or on your tanks, right, you're gonna lose more of them naturally to terrain attrition and things like that, meaning that you will have to produce more of them and you're gonna waste more of your production cost. So if you have 100% reliability, it means you basically won't lose anything and you're gonna keep a lot more of it, and it's more efficient in terms of your build cost. For air in Millennium Dawn, basically air accidents are more important now. So when you're planes are basically flying and doing missions, if your reliability is below 100%, there's a chance you will just lose a plane randomly to an accident in the air, right? Taking off, going down, whatever. Which means you just lose that plane. Planes are really expensive to produce now in Millennium Dawn. They're very fucking expensive. So that's really bad, meaning you should basically almost always have all your air designs at 100% reliability. That means this right here is fucking broken. An extra 10% reliability on top of the other modules you can use to build your planes, which will also give you reliability, will allow you to dump more points into the engine increases, which will make your planes even better. So anyway, rent over. That's really good. Take that. Radar advantage is agility. They've renamed it, and that is also broken. So we're going to take that. Air defense, not so much. Probably should have gone for these first, but that's fine. Okay, anyway, ran over. I'm gonna mention that too. I'll talk about it later when I design more of these, but radar advantage is just agility. They've renamed it to go along with the fact that radar is really important in modern air warfare. And that also means that radar is an incredibly useful statistic. If you played a lot of HOI4, especially comp HOI4, you know to build radar, right? Radar stations. They're good for two things in particular. They are good for your naval battles, because if you are trying to engage an enemy fleet within cover of one of your radars, so let's say that we are at war with Germany right now, and Germany is currently convoy raiding our fleets in the Baltic Sea, so we know their fleet's over here, right? If we send out our fleet to try and engage them off the sounds here in the Denmark Straits, our radar will cover this, and that means that we are almost certainly going to spot their fleet first, which gives us a bunch of statistical bonuses. It means that our naval bombers, whether in the battle or outside of the battle, will do more damage and be effective. For air power in particular, it's really useful because it gives you an advantage in terms of, what the fuck is this stat called? Enemy air detection. Air detection is basically every time your planes and the enemy planes see each other engage in combat, if you have higher air detection, it means that you see more of the enemy planes. So the damage for air is basically based off of, like, every time there's, like, you know, different phases of combat for the air. Every time you go through one of those phases, you can only damage as many planes as your air detection allows for. So if you have 50% air detection on the enemy planes, they've got 1,000 planes, you can actually only shoot at 500 of those planes. Radar gives you more air detection, meaning your planes just do way better, and that is even up to Millennium Dawn. So yeah, build radar and get more radar advantage, aka agility. Long rant, but important. Did you know there was an insane satirical cover of the Ketchup song where Schroeder sings about raising taxes and being corrupt? No. Schroeder is corrupt as shit, though. I mean, that is like actual canon at this point, right? What's up, Track O'Near? How you doing? Just radar in general, Droid. I didn't mean in Millennium Dawn. I mean, it is broken in Millennium Dawn, just broken in Vanilla too. Having a really high radar and really good radar is just so powerful for your Navy and for your air, just in general. It's just so important to have. It's one of those things that a lot of players don't need and don't tend to do, mainly because they don't have to, right? You can beat the AI in single player most of the time in Vanilla and even in Millennium Dawn without it, but I was never a really great comp player, but I did play comp enough. In comp, you have to use every single advantage you can find to try and win, because players are so fucking sweaty. And radar for the air war, and then for obviously the naval war, is so important. So it's a really nice bonus to have, and especially if you want to take on a power like Russia, China, or US and Millennium Dawn, or if you're a really small country in general, build the radar. It'll help you a lot. Revive the German workshop. Germany was once the toy shop of Europe in the 18th to 19th century. After the Second World War, Germany fell in the rankings whilst the rest of the world watched. It's about time we got the clocks turning again and got our industry back on its feet. Not in MD comp. I'm talking about vanilla comp, Droid. I think there's an MD comp server out there, but like, I remember visiting it. I remember it being really fucking toxic. Something free speech, I want to say slurs. Didn't you guys get contacted by that group too? I think I remember hearing about that. Like the really, you know, typical HOI4 server. That one. I forget the name of it. What's the name of that server? I got invited to it. I remember just seeing like so much bad shit. Which, you know, in the HOI4 community is a wee bit common. East Germany calls for greater political representation. A lot of political power. No. Nope, we're gonna piss off the East Germans. We will shut down the Islamic organization. Yeah, Droid, Go play squad. Do you want to run around on the map for 20 minutes before firing 3 bullets and dying? Come on. That's an enjoyable experience. Why aren't you doing that? I've never gotten squad, actually. I kind of want to play it just because I know there's a really fun Star Wars mod for it. Okay. Don't need a lot of our military stuff yet. Probably I'll start on mills now, mainly because we're going to need them to just pump out a lot of air early on. 19, 10, that right there. Okay. Squad is a great game. Oh yeah. I gotta skip the song. Especially due to playing Germany. We don't need any of that. There was a group that was mad that MD created its own multiplayer thing. Really? I know MD, like the actual server, has multiplayer. I looked at it a few times. It's way too sweaty for me. Hell Let Loose is alright. That actually game, I think I actually did buy Hell Let Loose. I don't know. I got kind of bored of it. Wait for a comp player, try not to be racist. Oh, dude. It's kind of crazy. Sure. Schroeder received a small donation of some refined Iranian nuclear material and has agreed to the trade agreement with the Iranians. They'll be added to one of their boards when he retires. Germany was once a divided nation. The country has reunified in 1990. There's still a noticeable divide in the people. It's time we unified then people and in industry truly. Sure, that looks like it's part of the American focus trade, not gonna lie. Postscriptum. Never heard of that one, actually. I always get kind of concerned when there is a post on the Paradox subreddit with someone saying about how much they learned from history about these games. Yeah, a lot of children actually do. I mean, like, I don't know, Paradox doesn't take that shit seriously because they're a corporation, but the amount of children who've actually been radicalized both left and right from HOI4 is kind of significant. You see it in HOI4 servers. It's not a meme, it's a real thing, unfortunately. That is a real thing. My favorite Paradox subreddit that was shit CK3 says. Let me see if I can pop that up. We can read a few of those, just so we all have nightmares tonight. Hold on. Yes, all right, hold on. All right, we're gonna take a short break from Millennium Dawn to read some incredibly cursed Reddit posts. I promise it will not be worth it. I can promise you that. Hold up. Viewer discretion is advised. We'll read a couple of these. You can then scrape out your eyes, and then we can go back to playing. It's not the right button. Here we go. If you've not found the subreddit already, I highly recommend it. It is truly a terrifying place. Mostly just racism and incest, if we're gonna be honest. That's 99% of it. But then there's some actually just funny stuff. People forget that learning history isn't just knowing about rulers and tanks. It's an important part of it. I hate like the modern revisionist movement within like a lot of history fields to like be like, oh, individuals aren't really important and we need to stop looking at men and shit like that. I heard so much of that in college, and it's like, okay, yeah, we need to diversify what we look at because history is more complicated, but throwing out some of the most important people in history and themes in history, probably not a good idea to get the whole picture, you know? Anyway, let me see if I can find a good one here. Oh God. It's just a bunch of incredibly cursed memes. If anyone understands this one. I had to look this up when I was, because I actually go on this like subreddit like every other week because it's just funny. If I need like a good fucking chuckle, it's a great place for it. I looked it up. This is a really fucked up Steam game with incest essentially. Let me find a fun one. Here we go. Why the fuck am I Jewish? I've just started playing CK3 and haven't played CK2 in a few years. I was playing in Ireland and I was insular, and randomly I saw a pop-up saying I had to. He's really angry about that. I love marrying my legitimate children with my illegitimate ones. Perfectly reusable human behavior right there. This is just generally funny. The Erfurti latrine disaster was an event that occurred, this is real, in Erfurt, Duchy of Lotharingia in 1184, where a number of nobles from across the HRE were meeting in a room in the Church of St. Peter, only when their combined weight caused the floor to collapse into a latrine beneath the cellar and led to dozens of nobles drowning in liquid excrement. That's a real thing that happened. That's not a meme. That actually happened. Well, let me see if I can find another really good meme one. Shouldn't there be a cutscene when you decide to execute a character in the game? How to marry my daughter. My new wife is ugly as shit and all my daughters have good traits. The other has a genius trait which I want, so I want to marry her. I tried to find a new wife first, but I can't seem to find one with a genius trait, so my daughter was the last option. But then I find out I can't. CK3 devs, what are you doing? You're getting away and you're stopping player choice. Unacceptable stuff. Do you like adding diversity to your bloodline, or do you prefer maintaining racial purity? That's the HOI4 player, if you can't tell. His first Paradox game was HOI4, and then he bought CK3 for fun. That needs no explanation. I promise I'll stop in a minute, but these are fucking funny. My son is bisexual. How can I kill him without my wife finding out? Oh, good stuff right there. I'm making the Pope's bastard daughter Germanic. Completely normal fucking comment. I just want to fuck my daughter. Yeah, you know, I can take like 5 minutes of this, of chuckling, and then I'm just like, oh Christ, and then I stop reading. My firstborn son was ugly and fat, so I imprisoned him and made him a monk. That's reasonable. If he's got bad traits, I can see that. This is some Oedipus complex here. We're gonna roll right past that. Anyone have a working adult mod collection? Do an Norse playthrough. I feel it would work so well. Would love a working list of adult mods. Anyway, that's enough of that for today. It's a very cursed subreddit, and it's worth looking at once in a while if you want to laugh and then cry. In that order. In that order. No, it got much worse for CK3. It was like kind of a funny meme in CK2, like haha, and then in CK3 it's like actually like less joking, which is the problem. Anyway. You all will have nightmares, as I do now, so enjoy. Okay, back to building the Deutsche Reich. What's up, LMG? Thank you for the raid, man. What's up, folks? Hammurabae. I am normally a roleplay streamer. Today we are playing some Millennium Dawn, which is the modern day mod for HOI4. It's getting a really big update this coming week, which is going to be fantastic. And I'm testing out some stuff for some YouTube guides I'm making for it. And just generally playing a bit of the new Germany tree here. We're going to go far right and form the Deutsche Kaiserreich, bring back the descendants, and go to war, test out some war mechanics. You missed some truly cursed browsing of Reddit, thankfully, so you won't have to have your eyes burned out. The Papal plus Alabama Hope Mobile. It's fuck. Okay, we'll do the divide issue. We're waiting to go far right. You know what I should also start doing right now? I should start doing our political, or our decisions rather. Nationalist propaganda campaigns. That'll speed things up here. 1 pound Bavarian played in an adult CK2 mod? That? Really? There's no way that was allowed on YouTube though. Where the fuck did he do it? I know they're out there. I never tried them. I heard about them back in CK2. I know they existed. I had a buddy who mentioned it once. Which again, like, I don't know, man. If you want to find a porn game, is this really it? Okay, we'll do advanced control integration to reduce our power reduction across the board, which will make our energy usage more efficient. I'm gonna cut down on our oil imports from the US a little bit too to free up another sieve. We can here. Yeah, we're good for a little while. Oh, buddy. It was on YouTube. There's no way that video didn't get banned. There's no way. The Hohenzollerns are still around. Have recently begun to demand their old palaces and properties back. I remember reading about that too. Most of them are now museums and such, and they are arguing about their nationalization was unlawful. I don't have much sympathy for monarchs personally, but I'm sure a case can be made for it. I mean, Victoria 3 is just naturally like NSFW because like there's a you can I think click a button in the menu right to have all the portraits for like uncivilized countries be naked, which is really weird, kind of unnecessary, but I know it's in the game. Very odd. The Linka media gains traction. The Linka media has gained some traction lately, and they are now able to influence a larger audience as a result. That is the left, which we don't want, so not the event we're looking for here. No loans for small businesses. An issue has been raised to use. Many CEOs of smaller businesses are saying their banks have become more and more reluctant to loan them money. Our representative from the bankers, however, stated that it's perfectly normal that banks don't loan money to every revolutionary juice maker someone invents. We'll support them. I remember reading one Reddit story where one guy's dynasty was so inbred they couldn't have kids with anyone outside the family. How does that even work, though? That seems like a personal choice. Yeah, well, I think that's a reasonable assumption there. Go to Prime Moose. Update is out, I think, on Thursday. Let me check. I should know this. It is on Thursday, yes. 16th, 5 days, fuck. I've got all my tutorials written, but I gotta start editing them now, so I crunch this week. And tonight after I'm done streaming. Okay. Let's go west. As we begin to expand and reform both sides of the nation, we turn to the west and begin to expand and construct new infrastructure, new projects to further expand the nation. Into species. The link is filled with tankies and ex-Stasi agents. Sounds like a completely reasonable group of people who can run a government very well. For the Germans, because I can see at least one right now in the chat. Why has the SPD lost popularity so dramatically in recent years? I was looking at like the popularity polls over the last 20 years for German political parties. Primarily due to the rise of the AfD, which is just fucking terrifying, but I mean, I can't talk as an American. But the SPD has lost so much popularity, and I don't understand why it is. I tried to read a bit about it, and I saw a few things, but like as a German, Lel, or any other German, like why is the SPD so unpopular these days? I mean, they were so influential in the past for Germany, I know, and I found it so strange. I assume it's kind of similar to like the labor movement in Britain, or like the more like reformist or leftist movement in America, like kind of a lack of popular leadership and good leaders, but curious what you had to say about that. The BFV has requested a larger budget, sure. You're not gonna take on more corruption? They enabled the Merkel government and let the SDU cuck them. They burned popular politicians as well, and Schultz having a weak memory when it regards the wire cards. Oh, so they were in the Merkel coalition, which pissed off all like their actual supporters, given that, you know, the SDU is very much not liberal or left, primarily. So it's kind of like a loss of legitimacy due to their collaborations of coalition governments then primarily. And then just like throwing, you know, good people out, kind of like similar to Corbyn then. That sort of situation. Yeah, okay. Interesting. Do you think that there is a pathway for them to kind of reform and get popularity back, or do they just completely lack any good leadership and are kind of dead in the water, would you say? I can show you the focus tree, absolutely. Okay. You got, of course, the usual EU tree, the giant mega one down there. You've got the industry tree, which is really in depth and includes a lot. You can become so powerful economically as Germany now. You've got infrastructure reforms, and then obviously some stuff to do with tech. One moment here. We've got an election coming up. Unemployment crisis you can deal with 2 different policy choices. You've got your healthcare focus tree. You got the East versus West divide. You've got your natural resources. You got your how you want to deal with the automotive industry in the new world. You've got oil sort of and gas issues, obviously, given that Germany's not independent when it comes to those sorts of things. And then you've got how you want to go forward with your own energy, which is either nuclear, just generally a mixture of energy types, or you can go entirely with renewables. How to deal with the Constitution, which will allow you to go really alternative government types if you would like. How to deal with the Russian issue, Ukraine primarily in the Baltic, and if the Russian focus tree goes aggressive. You've got your political focus trees, which obviously are all for the different parties and things like that. SPD, CDU, the FDP, the Green Alliance, the Republicans. If you change your constitution, you can go really radical. So you can go with what we're going to do, which is bringing back the Kaiserreich. You can go with the he who must not be named. You can go with like the real left and go full on communist, or you can just go really radical far right. And then of course you also have the military focus tree, which is actually very small, much like every other tree, and William Dawn just split into 3 branches of the military. So yeah, it's a huge tree. It's really well done. You can do a lot. There's so many options as Germany. The tree is like tripled or quadrupled in size. It's really nice. Really well done. They also have been shills for a long time. They moved further and further away from being a Labour Party and lost all their voters as a result. Interesting. They've been in a lot of corruption scandals. Huh. The Germany Dawn tree is shared across all the radical trees. Interesting. I didn't know that. During the Merkel administration, they should have made sure to be strong and believable opposition, but instead became the junior partner in a coalition with the CDU. I got you. You're welcome. Yeah, definitely one of the top trees to play when the update comes out on Tuesday. In order of focus, like trees I would play if I, wasn't streaming and wanted to like take off work for 4 days. I'd play the Indian tree, then I'd play the Germany tree, then I would probably play the Russian tree, and then I would probably play the new Belarus tree, because that one is really good too. We're not gonna do controversial speaker. Revive the Rhineland industry. The Rhineland has always been a main sector of industry and economics for Germany. The Rhineland industry is nowhere near as big as it once was during the Second World War. It's time to bring it back up to speed. Grab a second operative and go for Nora Becker. Jesus. Demolition expert, safecracker, and seducer. Safecracker and seducer are 2 of the best traits you can get for your spies in base game and William Dawn, so that is ridiculous. We'll take that. And then we are going to... Oh, because we lost our old... God, did he actually get captured? Jesus. All right, let's put her in a microstate. We'll put her in Andorra. She'll be fine. Let's seduce her. This is one of the most important researches you're going to want to get in William Dawn for your air research. These 2 modules right here for your fighters are absolutely broken because they give you a percentage increase in your agility, which is incredibly strong. It's really far ahead though, so I may wait a little bit on that. That we are going to want. The A2A weapons are the best you can get, where they A2A hard points are really, really fucking strong for your fighters. This is what you always want to put on them. So we still need, for the optimal fighter template I want to test out today, we need early stealth tech, and then we are going to need not those, because those are for naval bombers, which I may test out today too, but we'll see. This also would be very nice, but it's way too far ahead right now. Might just come back to that. That we will need, so I'll do that next. Nuclear engines should basically go on any ship you can put them on. They're just really ridiculously strong. They give you insane increase to how far you can go with your Navy, which is really important. And then they cost no fuel to use. Time for me to fix the buttons as I walk. So Leslie, the Riyadh. Oh, you made the Germany tree. Really well done. Really well done, Leslie. Top tier tree. If the SPD wants to get back up, they need to seem like a workers' party, real salt of the earth. But because the media, Axel Springer media conglomerate, the main issue is refugees in Ukraine right now. So if they put it off, it's going to be a tight rope to walk. Yeah, it doesn't really kind of go into their big issues. Besides, obviously, refugees, which, if they were part of the SDU coalition, they'd be obviously partially blamed for, I would imagine, right? We'll take the trade deal with Bolivia. Of all countries, that's odd, but sure. Can we even trade with them? They're fucking landlocked. I guess so. That, and then we can actually make the IFVs and then the tanks I want as well. I'm not sure I understand the question. Merkel always made sure to cull any competitors inside the CDU, which is why there wasn't someone popular to step up when she resigned. And she really didn't groom an heir, did she, from my understanding, which is so important as a party leader like that. The current government gets a lot of flack, but a lot of those problems were actually inherited by the Merkel administration. I hurt the CDU mainly. Her follow-up became irrelevant very quickly, and a further right-wing person is now leading the party. The SPD was hurt more by the administration than it ending. Overall, I think the AfD benefited the most of it and the instability that followed. Yeah, for many Germans, like especially poor ones, right, they're kind of very much seen as like almost a reactionary choice, given that they were one of the few parties that were involved with a lot of the big, you know, crises or like big scandals in your country in recent times, right? From my understanding of the AfD and why they're so popular now. AfD, right? No, we're going monarchist. Can you restore the HRE as Germany? You can restore the HRE as Liechtenstein, actually. If you ever want to restore the HRE, when you start a game of Millennium Dawn, go into the custom, what's it called? Options in like the main menu and turn on the secret Liechtenstein focus tree. You'll get a secret focus tree down here that will let you reform the HRE. As Germany, I don't think you can. Let me look. Get event our new empire. I don't know if you can. Imperial block. I think, can't you kind of do it with the EU focus tree? If I remember right, I think there's a way you can actually kind of do it. If you go the cross of the crown and you go the new emperor, you can put an emperor in charge of a united EU. And then it's kind of like the HRE. You can put the House of Hohenzollern on the throne. Yeah, you can. So you can form the HRE with Germany. It's just you have to do it for the EU. Mechanics, which are really need an overhaul. The EU is going to get a new like menu for the, not this update, but I think the next one. And that's what I think that'll be a little bit more doable. The current EU system needs like so much balancing, in my opinion. Seems to be doing a monarchy run of MD, first Turkey, now Germany. Get one hope for a Swedish run. At some point, most likely. I did one way back in the day, like 2 years ago. It's been a long time. I know their focus tree has been changed a little bit, but I don't know, it's not, there's just not much to it. I did one like years ago and I conquered Norway, Finland, and then Denmark. And I took back like historical borders for the Scandinavian Empire way back in the day. I may do another one. It's just, yeah, it's not an amazing tree. Same with Denmark, same with Norway. Their trees are just kind of pretty mediocre. Not horrible, not great. Of all the many options in many countries that I kind of want to play, they're just not really at the top of the list. I think the next big run I will put like full effort into doing and do like a semi roleplay game of is probably gonna be India. Their new tree is just so fucking nice. Look at this behemoth. Huge. Monstrous. You can become a superpower with this tree now, which is what they always deserved. This is the tree I've been most excited to see in Millennium Dawn, and it has turned out to be very good. So, oh yeah. India is the sleeping giant of the modern world. It used to be China, but they're not sleeping anymore. Now it's India. All right, we're up to 2 trillion in debt, but that's fine. You want to watch that a little bit. Running a pretty big deficit here. What's up, Yankee? They would follow Eurocosmos. Cosmos. Is it also better optimized now? I think so. From what I've seen with my computer, I'd say so. But I think it'll be different for everyone. I know Bird mentioned that he's been obviously trying to speed it up again, so I would imagine so. For me, it's run quicker, and I've had way less crashes than I used to, compared to the older version I used to play it. But we'll see. China literally looked at the West and repeated their mistakes. Not all of them, some of them. I think there's some that innately kind of happened. You would follow Regan, Fred. With like any developing great power. It's kind of like, you know, The Ring in Lord of the Rings. Why shouldn't I make this shitty decision? Not worth waiting for it. With the increased demand for import-exports, Germany must answer the call for more shipping capabilities. The construction of 2 new additional dock spaces in Hamburg port will allow for additional ship manufacturing capabilities. We can grow our navy even quicker here. Germany is pretty divided right now. In a recent poll, 40% said they want new elections now instead of 2024. Only 30% opposed earlier elections in the polls, yeah. What I find funny is that the Green Party is getting a lot of the blame for things they need to fix after they were not dealt with for 15 years. Huh. Is it that Cosmos? Holy shit, man. Is it OG Cosmos? Bro, been a minute. How are you doing? How's life in the socialist utopia? If it's the Cosmos I'm thinking of. Business in the East failed to compete. Eastern Germany businesses have failed to compete with the ones that primarily located in the West. Of course, the presence of Western businesses in the East is quite heavy, but they often overshadow the smaller startups that have often hurt the economy. That's a lot of money. Yeah, we don't walk out of this. I'm just gonna keep pissing off the Eastern Germans, honestly, at this point. We're gonna take that 19 billion. Play Norway next time. Okay, yeah. What's up, man? Good to see you. I can't wait to rework the USA if I go fascist. I get rid of the Congress mechanic that slows down my ability to declare war. Oh boy. You're not wrong, but fuck. They've got like a whole like mini focus tree now for the far right too, remember, right? Where is it? It's a spicy one. Okay, here we go. The Nationalist Front Party. Yeah, it's pretty wild. You're gonna make a landlord association act. You get rid of Congress, and you establish an American dynasty, aka monarchy. So there's a mini focus tree now if you want to go far right for the U.S. I find it really funny how people are surprised with the rise of right-wing and populism. I mean, it's one of those things that's happened like so many times before. I think for many Westerners, they just assume we're like past all that, you know, because they tend to live in bubbles, right? Both politically and economically. So they don't understand issues that lead to things like populism. So it's like, you know, oh, this is disgraceful. How could this happen? Well, if you went outside your neighborhood, you might see some of the signs, you know, that might help a little bit. You might understand things. I think a lot of people who come from poor communities or come from like the not big Western states, they understand it a lot better. It's a lot more like, yeah, okay, I see why this is happening. It depends who you talk to. Don't annoy the Bavarians. I saw that. They can get independence now. I will do my best not to piss them off. We'll drink lots of beer and go to Munich. or the festivals. It'll be fine. The protests are causing okay, so this is an example of one of the new features, the expected spending, I believe. So just a reminder, I am not spending on programs like the people want. Technically, we need to spend way more on administration focus, which I think I can actually do right now, a little bit. Since people are expecting more policies that we are not doing with our government expenditures, so we need to raise administrative spending by 3, police spending by 2, we are getting protest strength, which will result in events like this. The protests are causing significant slowdown in construction projects nationwide. The administration must choose between mitigating the effects for a shorter duration or attempting to pacify the protesters. So it'll really fuck you over, essentially. This is going to decrease the popularity of the West, which we actually want, so I'm going to negotiate with them. We're trying to get those nationalists in power here. Trade deal with Mexico. Gonna follow Oliver. If you threaten the Bavarians' money, they'll divorce Germany. And they'll take the kids. Fuck. Yeah, there's a good deal of industry down there. Yeah, there's a lot of buildings in Germany. That's a lot of civs, and that's a lot of office complexes, which are literally keeping our economy alive right now. So we really need to avoid pissing them off. Like I said, we're gonna wear traditional lederhosen while doing public political speeches, and go to Munich consistently. We'll be fine. What can go wrong? Thank you for that overfollow. I missed the name. German politics are always like, they're very different than American ones. I remember because when I was in high school, I became really good friends with a German exchange student, Lars from Hamburg. He was a really nice guy. And we got along pretty well because we both liked politics a fair bit. I think one of his parents was like a German judge or something like that. He was a cool guy, and we used to always talk politics and stuff like that. And I always thought, it was one of the first times I realized how radically different other countries' political systems were than ours. Like, not in like the major ways, like, you know, the broad strokes, like, you know, ideologically, the composition of government, how the branches work, but just in general culture. Because we had this conversation one time. It was during one of Merkel's elections when she was running against someone else. I don't remember who. And I remember him making such a big deal at the time about, it was like Merkel went to one of the political debates for the election, and she wore like a pin on her, you know, pantsuit, which had the flag of Germany. I remember him being so offended by that, and him talking about how it was so over the top and unacceptable. And I was just mind blown because I was like, what the fuck do you mean? Like, every American politician wears the fucking American pin to, you know, show their patriotism or whatever, which is, it's such a common thing here politically, right? I mean, you don't blink an eye when you see that shit. But for him, it was a really big deal. Like, he was actually quite annoyed by it, and he was a supporter of Merkel and the CDU, you know, which was really interesting to me, which I'm sure it is a whole can of worms, but for me personally, it just really, at that time, when I was still starting to begin to understand politics a little bit better, especially around the world, it just made me realize how dramatically different countries are, like just in every way, and especially political culture. Because it's like your own brain, right? You innately assume that your system and your way of thinking, or your own country's way of doing things, is maybe not the exact way every other country does, but it's, you know, there's a lot of similarities, and there oftentimes aren't, right? They can be radically different. During the Cold War, the Soviets neglected Eastern Germany. Stuck in time, areas of Eastern Germany are still noticeably suffering from the effects of the Iron Curtain. It's time we smothered out the gap between the Eastern and Western provinces. I know, that's a very distinct political memory for me. I haven't talked to him in years, actually. He hasn't. Years ago, he invited me to come to Hamburg, and I never did, which I regret, but... let's start to work on some other things here. We actually have most of the tech we need. All right, fuck it. I'm going to start on stealth tech really early. Again, like I said, if you want meta fighters, this is probably the most important tech you want to get for them. Early stealth tech. I'd rush it early like this, honestly. It's worth it. I'm not role-playing, so we'll accept this, even though we're going for a right. And they actually own German territories, so that won't last forever. Let's keep making frigates. I'm not going to design any of these frigates until we get a lot more XP, because I want to basically, we can refit these later. Don't be afraid in HOI4 in general, or even in Millennium Dawn, to make ships without a lot of the modules you actually want on them, because you can refit them later. I think MD has the modifier as well. Yeah. If you get naval refit yards, you can actually make the final versions of ships you want quicker. Because you build like almost like the whole or a basic version of a ship, and then you add on all the modules you want to put onto it later when you take this. And then you can refit them very quickly. So don't be afraid to not construct the ships you want if you can't afford to put on the modules that you need. Heads up. There's a video where Merkel's given a small German flag and she panics and gives the flag to someone else. Yeah, because it's associated with like the far right, essentially, right? In Germany, is my understanding of it. I blame that on post-World War II beating any pride out of Germany. It's also a violation of flag code to wear the flag in the US. No one will enforce that, though. Do you still do HOI4RP, or is it long gone by now? It's, well, that's a whole story. I stopped playing HOI4 roleplay consistently around 6 months ago. I used to play I stopped in like base HOI4RP a long time ago, and I played HOI4 Millennium Dawn roleplay up until around 6 months ago. But I haven't in a while, and I won't be probably doing it again. I may go back to regular HOI4RP one day if I find another server for it, but we'll see. So hard to find those. Americans really are bizarre to me. They either hate their country or blindly support it. Yeah, because it's the association, right? Like, American patriotism means very different things depending on who you ask in the US, right? Like, if you talk to someone who's really liberal and you ask them, like, this is a really fun thing. If you have American friends, ask them about this just for fun if you're interested. But, like, asking two different people in the US what flying the American flag out front of their house means, you'll get two very different answers, right? Like, if you ask someone in rural Montana what it means to fly the flag outside of their house, they'll probably talk to you about their parents, their uncles, or them serving in the military and how it's a showing of pride in their country and patriotism, right? For them, it's a normal thing. If you ask someone who works for a charity in suburban America what it means to fly the American flag outside of their house, they will tell you it is a sign of nationalism and represents the worst parts of the country, right? So it's a very strange thing. I don't know, the flag in the US, I mean, because flags are really important, right? It's a representation of the country in a very pure form, and it can have a lot of baggage attached to it. The US especially has that. We're going to go with it is what happens when you interfere with other countries for 9/11, which will give us more nationalist support. Yeah, Cosmos, those were really fun back in the day, man. I miss those too. I don't run that server anymore, by the way. Cosmos, I got cooed the other week. Fucking crazy. I was still working on that server up until pretty recently. Put way too much time and effort into it. War on Terror has begun. It is the Bush presidency. What the department status is looking like? I will go look at those in just one moment. Brandenburg is the heart of the East and fairly underdeveloped in comparison to the West. Under the USSR's puppeting, Eastern Germany's Brandenburg wasn't given the care and industrial assistance it needed. These new projects will bring about a new industrial sectors in a bid to bring up Brandenburg back to speed with its Western counterparts. Let's take a look. All right, the anti-right department is currently collapsing and is going to go away, so the far right will gain popularity. The anti-left department is stable and doing very well. We're spending a lot on it. And then the anti-Islam part is also stable and doing very well. So, yeah, get about what we want. The Discord is lost. It's still around. It's being run by someone else who's going to be monetizing it. I did the War on Terror mechanic for Germany, by the way. What about for the event where you send troops to Afghanistan? Oh, we actually had to send troops then. Cool. Nice. I criticize my country a lot, but I also have deep love for it, to be honest. Every other view seems strange to me. it is a really weird thing. I'm in a similar boat. Like a lot of recent American stuff were like kind of, for me at least, in my political beliefs, very hard to kind of justify. But I also have like a lot of patriotism for the US. I think a lot of people do. Like, you know, either, no matter what their ideology are, I think most people innately love their country. It's just one of those things to varying degrees. But there's the loving of the idea of your country and loving for the people of your country. And then there's the loving for the actual government and policies of your country, which are very different things, right? Unfortunately. Yeah, Eli, that situation, dude, it was crazy. I mean, I've talked to family and stuff about it after, and I've done a lot of thinking on it. It's probably a good thing. I put too much time into that. I put too much effort into it, and it's going to free me up to do a lot more in my life, which I'm very glad for. But the way it went down and what's going to happen there are pretty sad. Yeah, I don't really want to get into the details of it, but like, the best analogy I could put for it is, it's like, metaphorically, there was a suicide bomber that I was negotiating with, and I decided to give the suicide bomber what they wanted, which I think was probably a mistake, but is what it is. We'll leave it at that simple analogy. After one of the BFE departments shut down, radical elements in the nation have been running rampant. Chaos is widespread and anarchy has become the new normal. Many are saying the republic is dying, and they may not be wrong. Good. Good, good, good. That is what we want. Apologies for any reasonable Germans watching this. We're going far right primarily so I can test out some military divisions with Germany's really high starting tech. So that's why we're doing this and bringing back the Hohenzollerns. Okay, we'll let it run for a while. I need more army XP though, so I can actually design the divisions I want. Also need to get foreign intervention laws so I can start to train things. We're going to use our political power now to save up for global interventionism, and then we're going to go neo-imperialism as soon as we go far right as well. Even before we go to war, that'll let us send troops on volunteer missions to wars, and then we can grind some XP so I can make really good divisions. Most children are nationalists. Well, in the HOI4 community, yes. I would agree with you on that. You ever talk to a 13-year-old on Discord who like can rant to you about tanks and why democracies are a stain on human civilization? They're really fun to talk to. Go to any HOI4 public server and you'll find a couple. Can you bring back any other dynasty? Nope. Only Hohenzollerns. That is your only option. I'm not going to build battleships, so we don't need those. What we will need for... Man, what's the meta design I was going to use? That's important for ships. Where to go for my frigate designs? Hold up. I got to remember my actual design here. I've got it in my files. 1 second. Frigate design... You could have a lot of navs, actually. I could go for... Okay, we will need the anti-ship missiles then. So we will go for anti-vessel missiles 2000. Which will give us the modules that we need to make the really good frigates. We should do a social experiment where 13-year-olds get to vote. I don't like that idea. I am very much for the voting age as it is, to be honest with you. Dude, have you ever talked, like, when I was really young in my early teens, man, I used to be, like, really vocal about, like, it's absolute bullshit kids don't have the right to vote. You know, when you're a kid and you think that, like, you're gonna be a child forever and their issues actually matter, which they kind of do, but not really. I used to be so pissed off that I couldn't vote when I was young. Looking back on it, I should not have been able to vote. My political ideas were fucking absolutely batshit wild. Like every kid you talk to, either it's just their parents' ideas, or it's just some like weird fucking ideology, or they don't understand anything and won't vote, or if they do, they'll just tick a box, right, randomly. So, kids don't need to be voting. Let me skip this song, since we're playing Germany. Hold up. Dresden is a major city in the eastern portion of Germany, where the infrastructure and industry lie slacking between its western counterparts. Much like Brandenburg, Dresden was also neglected under the rule of the divided Germany. Old industry, Soviet-style infrastructure, and unsafe buildings. These Dresden projects will revive the once flourishing Dresden back to a former pre-Cold War beauty. Beautiful. We'll get construction bonuses, which is nice. No, but like, have you talked to kids about their political beliefs, right? You get the most out there answers ever. They're just, I don't know. Every once in a while, I suppose, I have spoken to children, you know, in their early to mid-teens who actually have a fairly good grasp and reasonable beliefs on politics, but they're so rare. I mean, you'll meet, like, oftentimes, like, even 18 to, like, 30-year-olds or even older who still don't understand or bother to understand politics. And, I mean, that's their own prerogative, right? But, like, I think it speaks even more to the fact that kids don't need to be voting. They just don't. They will be used by their parents to vote, or they just will do stupid shit. So, no, absolutely not. Just a single election? Okay, if it's in a country like Fiji, or like Andorra, or like a microstate, sure, I'm all for it. Maybe Monaco, that'd be funny. I don't have elections there, but I'd be fine with that, but not a major country. You'd have some serious problems and actual effects. If you want to overthrow the Republic, I would advise taking the decision since those will save the Republic. Oh, I didn't see it. Okay. The Republic is coming to an end. Public disorder and radical groups are running rampant. Due to our failures to provide adequate funding to the BFE, radical players are able to entrench themselves in major government institutions and have been calling for an uprising against the Republic. So if I want to go with like the end of the Republic, do I need to start purging? Don't take them. Okay. Purging that, then we'll get rid of the radicals then. So I'm just sitting here and waiting, right? The problem is that most people don't know anything. Most people vote by habit. Party identification is a serious problem. That's true. I remember in elementary school, we had a vote to mimic the 2012 election. We put Nixon back in power. What? We're gonna go with sending soldiers to the war against the Taliban. Which I think changed our laws, right? Yes, it did. Good. We're closer to neo-imperialism, so that saved us a bunch of political power. Nice. In Croatia, we have a guy who's basically an American evangelist, white supremacist, conspiratory nut. Is this Alex Jones, like Croatian Alex Jones? Teleported to Croatia. He usually goes around high schools because they are the only demographic that will support him. Yeah, that sounds like Croatian Alex Jones. Unless I'm missing anything. Even Perinar. I'm gonna look him up. I'm curious. Even Perinar. He's got dead eyes. He joined the Green Party of Croatia, but got thrown out of it. Oh my, let me pause the game and read this before we continue. This is wild. Perner joined the Green List in 2009, however, he was expelled from the party in 2010. In February of 2011, Vlasta Toth, the party's president at the time, told a journal which I can't pronounce that Pernar was expelled due to his political beliefs. She claimed that while Perner was a council member of the Green Party in another city name I can't say, he told an audience of around 150 people during a panel on urbanism that intellectual gossip doesn't lead to anything, and that he read Mein Kampf, from which he learned how to influence the masses. Perner was responding to a piece admitting his reference to Mein Kampf. Hitler, this is a quote from him, Hitler is a lunatic, and although I did not read his book entirely, I read only the part which discusses how, when sending a message to the masses, one needs to drop to the understanding of the small ordinary man. Ooh, that ego. And the messages must be conveyed in simple words, not with complicated vocabulary and philosophizing, because the people will never be able to understand if you speak highly intellectual rhetoric. That's, I said in discussion, oh my God. Guys, I promise I didn't read all of Mein Kampf. I just read the fun parts where I get to manipulate you. It's cool. Yeah, this is a wild dude. a step reading. This guy is wild. Huh. He's a lot better looking than Alex Jones. Yeah, he doesn't look like a barrel who's been out in the sun for too long. So, you know, not a high standard. Yeah, it's an interesting take on Mein Kampf. Guys, it's a really good psychological book, okay? It's the only reason I read it. Yeah, some really good tips for talking to other human beings. We almost got unification. Berlin has seen it through the thick and thin. From a devastated city after the liberation in 1945 to a divided one during the Cold War. Berlin has seen it all. Whilst West Berlin is in good shape, large portions of the East still show signs of neglect as a result of pre-reunification rules by the Soviets. Berlin was and is a glorious city, so let's bring the shine back to the East. Very expensive office complex. I won't make super heavies for this run. Modern armors. He plays HOI4. That is old 2009 Turner. He went full red pill Soros and is behind everything. Oh, that's the natural path, though. To be fair, that's not a very big jump between those two. A year ago, he went to Caribbean to learn sailing, and his instructor left him on an island because he spent all the time on the phone. That's funny. The secret locks? Hold on. Leslie, what are the secret locks? Locations or focuses, or what do you mean? Is the instructor with some blogger who posted about him being her worst student? Ukraine is looking to purchase reactor-grade material from us for their nuclear reactors. Should we accept? $2 billion. Sure. How about me? We've got plenty. We're going to keep pissing off Eastern Germany. 1.5 comes out on the 14th, I think? 15th or something like that. It's really soon. I know that. Oh, the localization descriptions and stuff. Okay, I got you. Like in the actual flyers or for like the events and stuff that are coming? All right, we'll go for global interventionism. That means we are almost ready to start sending volunteers once we get 3% more. We'll do that. We really need to start grinding Army XP, and that's the best way for it right now. Because we don't have the fuel to just trade all of our divisions, really. 1.5 is really good. It is really good. The changes to military and like how troops move now is much more realistic and interesting. Like the military changes are so good. I love the military changes. I haven't streamed it. I don't know if I will before the update, but the big changes are that your military, like armies, actually move on the map now, meaning they don't just teleport. They actually have to move places, and if they can't, you're fucked. So like for a naval invasion, for example, both your navy and your army will have to move to like do the full thing, so it's a lot more realistic. Oh, we got a civil war. Hold on. Oh my. Interim government of Germany, non-aligned autocrats. Fighting Merkel, who's currently holding out in Dortmund. Where's her capital? She's in Dusseldorf, I guess. Wow, I actually have to fight a civil war. Okay, hold up. See if I remember how to play HOI4, folks. Huge. We lost some of our really good generals. We kept most of the Navy, thankfully. Bruce and it's gonna be very delicate. I know, Gary. I know. So I'm not talking. I'm thinking. This is really unfortunate. Our troops are split in the north and the south, and I don't know if we'll be able to get these two out. And I'd really like to keep that Spec Ops division. I could just instantly go to redeploy and like bring them up, but I don't know if we'll get there in time. So the other option is I just push and try and hold these divisions and try and get a way out over here. Basically, I have to micromanage this whole thing. I also just delete it and take all of its supplies, which might be smarter here. Let's try and get them out. And then I'm going to immediately start to micromanage some of these too. See if we can cut them off from the capital. Try and knock out that immediately. Not over a river. That pink puffball. I should play more Millennium Dawn, but I really have trouble deciding on who I want to play always. Just roll a dice and play whatever you roll, man. That's my best advice. German Civil War is very tough. I couldn't beat it on my playtest. All right, now I gotta win. Gotta flex on you fuckers. Uber micro fucking manage here. That's what we're gonna do. Knock out their air. We can end the air war. Don't know if we have any shore bombardment modules on, but we'll give it a shot anyway. Here, I think, though. That's fine. If we can push them down, like, into Bavaria, they'll have good terrain there, though, won't they? Don't do this at home, kids. I'm about to do some, let's see if they fixed this in Millennium Dawn yet. is our government technically? Is I don't know. I'm gonna follow Carlo. We can improve relations to get some more stuff. Let's see if the US will give us everything that we need if we ask nicely. Unlikely. Yes. Okay, so a little bit of advice if you ever want to metagame the AI. If you put a bunch of divisions into being built in your division, like, you know, where you recruit more, right? Bit of advice in here. Even if you don't intend to make these divisions, if you put a bunch of them in your recruit and deploy like this, it'll tell the AI that you need more equipment than you actually do. So you spam a bunch of good divisions in here with all the equipment types that you want. Then you go ask the AI for that equipment, and then they will give it to you. And then as soon as they start sending it, you can just remove all those divisions and you're fine. If you don't unpause and you go to multiple countries at once, if there are multiple willing to give it to you and you ask them all for it, they will all send you what you need. Because if, like, for example, you ask for this equipment from a country, unpause, they send it to you and ask another, it will tell that country, it'll tell the AI that you're already gonna get it from another country, so they won't give it to you. But if you do it from all these countries at once, so they all accept it once, they will not renege on it, so you'll just get all of it. But I don't know if more than country will actually give us supplies here, so we'll have to see. Is this abusing game mechanics? Yes. Let's see. I don't think they've changed it for MD. Actually, try to learn MD again. Is it some good tutorials for it? I don't think so. Never heard of him. Who else might give us supplies here? You'd be surprised. Sometimes some really weird countries in MD will give you stuff. It might just be the French, actually, which is really funny. Ah, the Italians. Let's go. Big. Big. Tanks. Let's go. No aircraft. No conflicts. Okay, that's still pretty good though. Austrians. Dutch. Ah, the Dutch too. Let's go. They're gonna give us IFVs. Nice. We're probably gonna get like 2 of them, but that still will add up here. No planes as usual. Convoys? Nope, because we have a surplus technically. Is it abusing game mechanics or is it supreme role-playing asking nations for aid? You know, that's a great way to put it. I'm actually just role-playing right now, folks. That's what this is. You can't see it right now, but I have actually formatted a 12-page essay roleplay post in my mind to justify what I'm currently doing. I'm not going to share it with you before you ask, but it is there, I promise. Maybe the Syrians? I've gotten aid from them. Oh, it's Maher al-Assad. Interesting. Please, CC. Wait, no, it's Mubarak. I'm off by 15 years. Mexico, we have a trade deal with them. Bear with me. This is probably boring, but this may make or break this war force. Iraq. Danes. Oh, Denmark. Let's go. Base Denmark. They're gonna give us tanks too. And IFVs? Oh, let's go. I love you. Paul Nyrip Rasmussen. I butchered that heavily. Love Norwegians. Come on, baby. Give me some guns. We're just begging all around Europe right now for military equipment to fight the dirty Merkel supporters. I have his essay, so I can show it because my dog ate it. Yep, exactly. But he can confirm it, so it's legal. Morocco. All right, we're about out of options here. We're gonna get a lot of, like, not an insane amount, but we'll get some equipment, which is what we really need. It doesn't need to single-handedly win us the war, but it will really help in the early days here. South Korea, actually, maybe? Or North Korea. Nope. What I am going to start doing as well is I'm going to improve relations with the Americans. And I think probably with the Russians, too. We're gonna double dip here. We're gonna improve relations with both to ask for more equipment later, and then the Chinese as well. Actually, they will not be able to give us aid, so they are a waste of time. The Indians as well will be a good idea. Indians will give us really low quality equipment though, so I think I'll hold off on that. We'll just go USA. We'll go Russia. All right. Cool. As soon as I unpause, we're gonna find out what we actually get here. I'm just going to see if I can justify a way to make the papacy form left-leaning sake for playthrough. Hold up. Before you go anywhere, let me link you. You know, I think many people would argue that Angriest Bird's greatest project he's worked on is Millennium Dawn. I disagree. I disagree. This is Bird's greatest project. It is a work of art. It should be enshrined into a museum. One moment, where is it? Here we go. Yes, this right here. We're gonna do a Papal States run. I think this still works. I think this does still work with Millennium Dawn. That's what you want right there. Okay, let's see what we got. The Dutch gave us actually a solid amount of stuff. Nice. Denmark's gonna give us not a ton. We're gonna get some Bradleys though, which are nice. You gotta remember, so like in Millennium Dawn, when you ask other countries for military aid and you see yourself getting like, you know, 15 Leopard tanks, 50 M2 Bradleys, which are IFEs, your first thought about maybe like, oh, that's no equipment at all. That is bullshit. But if you ask the right countries for equipment, they're gonna give you top of the line stuff, right? Which, even if they will not allow you to field a whole new division, they will allow you to reinforce your current ones with really, really, really good equipment, which will make them better. So especially if you're not playing a modern country like Germany, let's say you had a civil war, as like Iran or like Thailand, you know, or something like that, and you get even a little bit of equipment from countries like Denmark, this equipment could help you win a war. Even for us, this could really actually help us win the war. Wow, we're getting a lot from the Italians, and a good amount from the French as well. That's fucking huge. Now we just have to wait for it. All right, back to micromanaging here. We have our planes up yet? We do. Good shits. Let's do this. Oh, there's an updated version. Thank you, Gray. Yeah, it's a really fun mod. If you want to do like a total meme playthrough as the Papal States, that's what you want to do. All right, I'm gonna see if I can knock out one of their IFE divisions here. That'd be pretty big, actually. Reinforce the front there. We just need to pin these divisions for now so they don't reinforce. We need another down here, actually, to hold that front. I'm trying to knock out this air base here. Do they have any other air bases they can actually use? I don't know if they even have any planes though. Let's see. They have enough. This will be a problem, and they're going to contend our cast, so we need to knock out all the air bases we can. If we get this one right here, they will have no air, so we need to get there like right now. We need to get there yesterday. More fucking petroleum from America. Oh my god. We need a lot. We need a lot of petroleum. Jesus Christ. Let's also start upgrading some of the design companies that we're currently using on our military equipment, if we actually are. Yeah, we don't have enough for what we need here. No, so that's kind of a waste. We'll wait on that. We're going to lose the southern part down in Bavaria, so I'm not too worried. What I'm really trying to do is get an encirclement and knock out all these troops on the right. That while holding, I want to knock out this encirclement, and I want to knock out these units if we can. That's our main goal right now. See how they're out of supply here? The supply grace is longer in Millennium Dawn than in base HOI4, meaning that they will keep their stats without supplies for longer than what you would see in base HOI4. But they will run out of it, and when they do, if we still have this pocket completely surrounded, we can knock out these divisions really easily, because their org is already quite low, given that we obviously have access to our supply lines from Berlin, whereas they do not right now. But they may in a moment if I'm not playing smart here. Keep deorging them. That, and then we'll do that, and then we'll do that. Good, we're about, nice. Wiped out, let's go. One tank we're going to bring down to the middle to reinforce. The other we're going to bring up here to try and get the encirclement. Just hold, baby, come on. I don't actually want to push this division. I want to encircle it. So let's hold. That's exactly where we want to hold. A little bit here. These guys I'm not even gonna touch. I don't mind if they survive. They're wasting their potential here to fuck us up. God damn it. Okay. Now we need to push that. Micromanaging in HOI4 is basically just like herding sheep. If you're doing what you're supposed to properly. You're just like herding units like into tight little circles and then you massacre them all. That's like just the real basics of micromanaging in HOI4. It's really that simple. We're gonna probably encircle them in Nuremberg, and then in the urban terrain there we'll have an advantage with our tanks and our APCs, and then we can just finish them all off. We actually might end up in the force here. Is population reflected in the economy and taxes? Yes, your building slots, basically how many buildings you can build in a province is based off of population. They're also in the new update adding an unemployment system, so if you don't have enough people to work your factories, they will basically just not work properly, and if you have too few people to work your factories, other way around rather, there's an unemployment system which will really fuck you up as well. So yes, absolutely. Short version, 100%. Right now we can push. Wasn't paying attention up to the north. Okay, let's just leave that. That's not important right now. Hold, motherfucker, hold. May not get the encirclement I want. Beautiful. Okay, what we can do now.
Development regarding the riots in London and throughout cities in the country.
There's something incredibly satisfying about encircling large numbers of Soviet troops and crushing them. That is true. Fighting the Soviets in base HOI4 is the most enjoyable group to just massacre and mass. Mainly because they don't make good divisions, so it's like, you know, going through butter. Hot knife through butter situation.
Police have described the riots as the worst in current memory. They first fled after a peaceful protest in Tottenham on Saturday over the fatal shooting of a man.
We got this.
In London.
This is over.
Have since spread to other major cities in England.
Easy. Easy cap. Easy clap. I'm at Imperial in the War of Dusseldorf, let's see. I'm afraid to encircle German. It's way more satisfying because it's harder. German tank divisions, I will agree with you. Encircling German tank divisions is very difficult and very, very rewarding experience. No. We go over the river, you cowards. I'm actually not getting as much experience as I thought we were going to here. Oh my god! Where the fuck did you come from? See where their capital moves here. I am actually going to let them keep that because I want to encircle this entire army in the north. So we're going to knock them out. Can we go? No, we have to complete the Civil War before we can go down that path. So let's do the unification. Following our recent endeavors to truly bring the East and West together, it can be said that our work has paid off enough that Germany is truly unified in the middle of a civil war. Absolutely. Both in public spirit and industrial capacity. Music back. Put on the game music a little bit too. Not the music, but the effects. Need those explosion sounds in the background. You. Send you. Go eat that city. Go. That's a lot of mech there. Come on. Come on. Drive quicker. Slow as fuck. There we go. Let's get it. Push, boys. And let's encircle those tanks. Oh, we got it. GG. GG. Beautiful. Get flexed on. I'd like to Formally devote this victory to the Millennium Dawn devs who failed to win the Civil War. This is for you guys. Did it for you. You're welcome. All right, cool. We can go for it right now. When we're unifying, we can go... Oh, can we not yet? The fate of Germany. We need to do will of the people, which we can now do. So. Oh boy. What the fuck is a bit? It's like Jeff Bezos' way of making you think you're giving streamers money when most of it's going to him. That's what it is. Want a rant? What do you want the rant on, droid? You gotta name the rant. Let's stop deploying all of our air so we actually don't have to send our entire GDP to America for their oil. That would be really nice. We got our Navy back too. That's actually pretty good. You know we gotta militarize the border with France now. I mean, come on. What else are you gonna do after going far right? And let's militarize the border with Poland. Also very important. And then we're gonna send our special forces to the border with Denmark, just to remind them who owns Schleswig-Holstein. Ready? 60 days. Let's go max speed again. We got a lot of debt though. We're almost really in danger in terms of debt. That's our one big downside at the moment. We have to stream for an hour and I see you militarizing all the borders. Yeah, we just won the Civil War, so we're gonna rewrite the Constitution in a moment. All right, Hamu. Tall, weren't you there for the fucking cursed ass like Total War Byzantine achievement stream back in the day? I thought you were there for that. I know Cosmos was. You would have been Cosmos. I will also thank you for Jeff Bezos. They would follow Vadim? What he said? You remember that, don't you? Yeah, cursed ass fucking... Didn't I like stream that for like over 20 hours trying to get that achievement straight or something like that? I don't remember any of it because I was just like fueled by Monster energy drinks and like lost consciousness halfway through that stream. But I know I did get it in the end, I think. So cursed. That day taught me that I needed to stop doing achievement runs. Operation of Greater Syria. All right, we don't have a horrible navy now too. We've got a good number of frigates. Those out. Yeah, my memory's not great either, but I remember that cursed ass fucking day. The morning, a former student of Gutenberg Gymnasium, a second student from Erfurt, killed 16 people, including 13 staff members, 2 students, and 1 police officer. The student, Robert Steinhauser, was expelled from the school and has believed that his motive was an act for revenge. Don't really need stability, so I'm not going to pay him. All right, we built all the naval... Oh, the AI stopped constructing them. Building dockyards then, because I do want us to get a good navy. And then we'll build the mills in Munster. Remember what I remember? Destroying US Japan when you were Russia. Funniest HOI4 game of my life. Dude, some of those games we used to do back in like Roleplay HOI4 were fucking ridiculous. I remember you being under the false assumption that you were better at me than naval combat too, given the fact that you beat my navy when I forgot about it in the Pacific and it was just sitting in a really bad sea zone and you took it out. And then you like to think that you were better than navy at me, which is patently untrue. You were abusing my unmedicated state of ADHD at the time, frankly, is what I'd consider that, but still, you know. You did beat me once navally. I remember that very keenly. Technically. Stream for a week. That sounds horrible. We're gonna award some medals too to our divisions. We'll do that later. I need to redesign them as well. The current designs are not what I want. We don't have the Army XP. We really did not get a lot of Army XP in that war, actually. Almost none. Cosmos, did you play in the naval only game we did that one time when I fucking sunk the British Navy as the French Navy and made Tank Roy like fucking have a stroke? Do you remember? I think you were there for that, weren't you? We should do a naval only game again like that. That was really fun. We haven't done them since that, which was like a year and a half ago or something. I talked with Simone, one of the devs for Millennium Dawn, about doing a naval only game sometime for Millennium Dawn. That'd be fun too. Never ended. Yeah, you went to Sweden and built the sub fleet and got absolutely... Didn't like the Russian Navy absolutely wreck you that game? The Russian Navy really competed well. Remember that. The people must be the ones determining the laws and parties, not an arbitrary constitution. Therefore, all political entities are allowed to operate freely in the nation. The BFE will be closed as a result of the new change. Then we go all right. What does the 1.9 update add? There's a link for like all the changes on the Millennium Dawn Discord. A bunch of new focus trees. The energy systems being added for all your buildings. The unemployment systems being added. The productivity system is being added. They have added the expectations for spending, which is this screen. Designer for planes and designer for helicopters too, actually. Do we have them? We do. Choppers are fucking broken right now, by the way. I may make some as Germany and show you guys today. I don't know if I'll have the time to research it, but choppers are fucking broken, as they should be. Air designer, which I need to do our design of. Stealth's a little ways away. And then there's a couple other things I'm forgetting as well. This is Millennium Dawn. 0. What's it, man? 0. Yeah, Millennium Dawn. Start to get actual XP going. For Friedrich Ryman. Lower our corruption. Oh my god, it went up to 8 from the Civil War? Oh, come on. Alright, well, we need to start working on our corruption then. Jesus Christ. But we're getting, look at that political power we're gaining now. Woo! Is it gonna stay that way? Jesus. Hell yeah. Yeah, there was already a civil war because we're changing the constitution to go monarchist. So, yeah. There's a quick little civil war. Good anti-vessel vehicles. We can make meta frigates now, almost. And those are done. We're going to make my AIV and tank modules once we get the XP for it. We really need XP. Follow us, Serafino. Done most of the other research I actually want here. Spy sat research wouldn't be a bad idea. What are we missing? Oh, GNSS would be a good idea. Spy network would be huge. Let's start working on those. We need to also, unless I can do better LLVs. I can. I'll do LLVs. Building better LLVs give you a higher percent success rate in launching satellites into orbit, so they're really important. And you should always build a spy network satellite network because the bonuses you get from it are really good. It's been reduced a little bit in this update because they were absolutely broken, but they're still incredibly solid. I'll be launching those in a minute, and I'm making a new guide for it. I don't know if it'll be out this week, might be out next week, so I'll explain it better. It looks intimidating, but once you know what you're doing, it's hard. We're not doing doctrines, I need XP. We might be able to make our first fighter jet I want, actually. Hold on. I like this song, but it has a Hitler speech in it. I think it communicates the wrong message. At times. At most times. Delta Wing. Which is what we've got. We've got 3 already. Air defense is not really important, but we don't have stealth tech yet, so I might just keep that. Or just take it off, actually. Fuel tanks. On here. I think is a bit better rates. You want to? We're gonna put stealth tech on here, but we don't have it yet, so we'll wait on that for now. All the extra reliability we've gotten fucking broken. Yeah, it's already pretty close to what we want with the current stuff we have. So. Give it a sub, Cosmos. This is from the Millennium Dawn soundtrack. Oh, it's really good. Have you ever done those mega MDRP sessions? I used to. I haven't played in one in a while, and I'm not in that server anymore that I used to run for them. So I don't expect to see them possibly ever again. We'll see. Maybe one day. Those used to be really fun. They just got pretty rough for a while there. That's what we want. Okay, let's replace. Top, and then we need to actually get rubber and a bit more precious metals. Do we need the precious metals? Let's see what the production percentage is. Yes, we do. Jesus. We have a lack of resources, but we don't. I bet it's because it takes technology metals and it just doesn't fit in the thing there. I bet that's what this is. Let's see. Yeah, okay, there it is. I see. This can be confusing. With the fighter jets and with the planes you can make now in Millennium Dawn, if you add enough modules on there, you could actually sometimes require more than 3 types of resources, meaning it won't show up in here. So always watch out for that. If you want to actually check, just go on the actual fighter design itself, and you'll see all of them at the bottom here. So technology metals were also needed, which you couldn't see here because it's a fourth thing, which you couldn't see. So heads up on that. We're good now. Got technology metals. They're very expensive fighters. They're incredibly expensive fighters, but they're also going to be absolutely broken. You'll see. The initial shock of the Civil War sent our nation into complete chaos. We lost contact with some of our military units and our commanders. Our supply depot responsibles? Our supply depot stopped responding, and we didn't really even know where our enemy was. The fronts have now stabilized, and it is a bit more clear who's on whose side. Many challenges still remain. Our military is composed of veterans and volunteers, with no clear picture of the chain of command. We're struggling with supplying our troops and establishing direct supply routes. We also don't have a clear picture of battles that have been fought and what tactics our enemy are using. What should we do first? They're all the same. Let's get command back together. That'd be a good idea. Yeah, I'll probably throw this on YouTube, Mike. Definitely. You have to restart your Canada campaign? Yeah, 1.9 will not be save compatible if you're doing a current one. Yeah. I haven't put up any of my recent VODs on my VOD YouTube channel. I need to do that. Keep forgetting. They're very time consuming because it takes forever to upload them and shit. The killer whale. You wouldn't happen to be an Andre Nicotina enjoyer, would you, Tal? Is that his name? Am I saying that right? I think I am. Can we do it now? We can. Straight from the Republic. The Republic will be the memory of the past, and its failures and shortcomings will be the scapegoats of the future. You know, I could do this the spicy way and just declare war on all of Europe, but I think we're going to be a little strategic first. The first country I want to go after is going to be an oil-producing one, given how important energy is, and we need energy independence. So I might go after Algeria and Libya. They're usually a pretty good choice for early resources, if their governments aren't Western outlook, which they're not. Algeria is the country you really want to hit for a little bit of extra steel and then a fuck ton of oil, so since they're emerging outlook, we can probably go to war with them when we go near imperialist. Take Norway? Nah, it's a worthless country. We could never get their people to work. They're used to government handouts, so it'd be a little inconvenient for us. Oh, I forgot to get rid of these as well. There's a bunch of extra stuff. What have we actually got in terms of, oh my god, we have a huge excess here. We've got a lot of leopards, we've got a lot of tanks. I can actually redo those divisions and we may be able to field some really good ones. These are pretty mediocre. They're not very good. Good. We've got some Bradleys, which are nice from those deals. Yeah, we can actually upgrade some of our divisions here. It'll be all right. We still really need utility vehicles, though, so I need to ramp up production on those in the future. Fighters are number one. We need those really good air security fighters for the wars. Come. No, I'm just shit talking Cosmos. I'd move to Norway in an instant. Do you guys have mail order husbands there? Could I be a mail order husband? Is that a thing? We hope to have a more unique defense companies being added to Germany after 1.9.2. Just very time consuming to make the update. Yeah, that's fair. I know that the Germany tree's kind of been rushed to get done as well. That's how they tend to go for these updates. Today is the day that the interim government decides on the ruling party of Germany. We can either nominate the far-right NPD, the former monarchy, or Die Linke, or radical leftists. We're gonna ask the Kaiser to come back. There he is. Jörg Friedrich I himself. With a heavily saturated portrait. Jesus Christ. I think he needs more saturation. Cool. All right. It's been a fun time. The German Empire was once a prosperous power across the globe. After more than 80 years laying dormant, gathering dust, today is the day that the Holy German Empire will be born. Get the band back together. Give it a bit, Piper. Appreciate it, man. we're saturated. I'd be a mail-ordered husband. You know, I think you got some pretty good domestic violence laws in Norway, so I'd be all right on that end compared to like the U.S., for example. You know, because I know that abuse and domestic violence is actually pretty bad when it comes to those things. Because mail-order brides are a real thing to this day. They were a really big thing in the old days in like America and like the West. Where like settlers would go out west, get a plot of land, and then like mail order a bride back from the eastern coast and treat them very poorly. It's still a thing in the modern world too. For like, you know, American incels who can't get wives. Or college professors. It's shockingly common with college professors. For reasons. Committee of Inquiry starts an investigation into the CDU. Walter Leisler Kiep, treasurer of the German Conservative Party CDU, got brought before the public prosecutor and admitted to having committed tax evasion in the past and his function as the treasurer. Now it's the court's job to find out how deep this crime goes and how much money we're talking about, as Kiep will surely not tell us anything about it. We're not going to get involved. We don't want to empower the left. Your girlfriend would love that, Cosmos. It'd be great. I won't get in between your relationship either. It's fine. Don't worry about me. I'll just be taking use of your free education and healthcare. You know, be a leech on the state, like all the other Norwegians. Fight over clean energy. A small company offering clean energy solutions has brought a large fossil fuel corporation into court. The large corporation is charged with intentionally running negative marketing campaigns against the smaller corporation, as well as industrial espionage and sabotage. The court case is making headlines across the country as it is seen as a fight between renewable and fossil energy. Not corruption. We'll go with green energy, which will get the small medium business owners to like us and not hurt the nationalists. Which is... Don't look at the current budget. Trust the process. Try and make the frigate I want. See if we have enough for it. We don't have nuclear engines yet, do we? What the research? Fuck. What we need is these, I think, right? No, submarine engines. Advanced surface nuclear reactors. Is it destroyers that is the lowest level you can build them on? Maybe that's what it is. I'm used to using destroyers. Yup. You know what? Fuck it. I'm making destroyers. Technically, frigates are the meta, but destroyers are really fucking strong as well. So it's fine. See. Fucking Christ, tall. Woo! Yeah, that should definitely be the portrait. I don't really want to play Russia. I'll play Russia after the war. Finish that last frigate we're working on. And then we're gonna go ahead and work on destroyers for the rest of the game. And then I am gonna upgrade the defense company we have for them. those, which will decrease the cost and decrease the output of our ships that use this, which will be the main destroyers. Do it again for destroyers, decreasing production costs. We'll come back to the middle one, but right now we're also going to go for another production output cost reduction. Service visibility reduction for, that's only frigates and corvettes though. I don't think the rest will deal with destroyers, will they? Which will be nice for the frigates, but now we need to go back over here. Exactly, way more important. Given we're putting nuclear generators in them, their range is already going to be massive, so we actually don't really need that. But we will... We can do either one, we can still go for that. We'll do modern heavy armor, because I think we actually will have armor on the destroyers, not a lot, but a little bit, and then we'll go for surface detection and anti-ship guided weapon increase, which will just min-max basically all the stats we want on it, and then another production cost reduction. And we got all the bonuses we really now want and need for destroyers, so now we need to think about frigates, which I will make DPS frigates. Service visibility. And this is the top call. Okay, cool. We're good. We're gonna be making some really good ships now. It's massively decreased the cost to do so. Okay. The fun part about this is you can play through all the radical trees in one playthrough by just changing your party through the elections. Yeah, definitely. If you don't want to roleplay, you can. A lot of the new focus trees, I've noticed you can do that for the political parties, which is really cool, because I mean, that means you can effectively play out decades of like radical changes if you want to. Which is really fun. I do like the addition of MIOs. One thing I'm having a difficulty with is trying to sell arms on the open market. I can't figure out how to get them into the market to sell. I haven't played much with vanilla Arms Against Tyranny, so I couldn't tell you. And I know that that probably is not coming with a 1.9 update for MD2. New version comes out on Thursday. It'll just automatically update your Millennium Dawn. The Public Prosecution Department of Augsburg has obtained further information about the case and its extent. It appears that Schreiber had handled the money to Walter Leslie Keep. The money had originated from a slush fund established by Thyssen AG in connection with a tank export to Saudi Arabia. Always the Saudis. We need to get rid of the CDU. Good. We'll do this first. Of our newly appointed titles and the true return of the German monarchy since 1918, we opened the Bundestag political day with a televised public speech praising the true might of the Kaiser and the royal house. Decrease corruption, which I'm also going to do again with our political power. We need to get that down to 0. That's going to absolutely destroy our economy, even worse than our excessive spending here. We need to cut welfare again as well. And then we just need to scale the economy. Yeah, Reaper. What's up, Reaper? How you doing? I got a coup essentially in Babylon RP, so I've left it. There's another server, a roleplay server that's being set up by a bunch of the staff who left as well, which I'm gonna start advertising on my Twitch and YouTube in the future. So I'll recommend most people to head over there if you want roleplay. One of the military subcontractors reached out and asked if they ignore some environmental laws to provide best results possible. No, we're not getting more corruption. It's not happening. none of the other decisions we really need to do right now. We need to actually start focusing on getting rid of the debt. So I hacked the Millennium Dawn dev team installed there in 1.9 early access. I personally hacked into Bird's computer with the skills I obtained during a 1-month-long summer course on programming in Python back in high school. I was able to hack into Bird's computer and take this. So, yeah, pretty good. Pretty good if I do say so myself. I got cooed. That's the word I'm going to use because it applies. Yeah, a few people have gotten it early. I did not leave peacefully. No, there was nothing peaceful about that. I got lied to and manipulated to the degree I did hand over ownership, which I do now regret, but even that was not peaceful. So, no, absolutely not. Sure, I don't know if they want me inviting people yet, actually. Let me see. Go look in there. Hold on, let me shoot Fuzz a DM and see if it's okay if I start putting a link up for it, because I know they're working on, like, the infrastructure for it. Let me ask. Yeah, I've had early access for a while now. I only really use it typically when there's a new update coming and I'm making tutorials for it. Because otherwise I just rather would play the regular Steam version, as there's less, I think there tend to be less issues of like having corrupted saves and stuff like that and having big bugs and things like that. Because normally when I do Millennium Dawn playthroughs, I like to play like really long, you know, like for a while. And a corrupted save is like, you know, really bad. And the Steam version tends to be way more stable. The Volksstrafgesetzbuch is a new law proposed that would trial international criminals in German courts if they ever decide to set foot in the nation. This means that international criminals can be trialed here even if both them and their victims are foreigners and the crime was committed outside the nation. That'll turn us into a police state, which makes sense with what we're doing. So yeah, pretty wild. Tricks trees? I don't know what you mean by that. New trees are going to be India, Russia, Fiji. The updated trees are going to be Germany, Belarus. Venezuela's getting a new tree. America's getting their tree updated. There's one or two others, I think, as well. I forget. Libya's supposed to get their tree, but I don't know if it's actually coming out or not. It's in here yet. Yeah, India's the big one. That's the one that's been needed for so long. You've had like a sleeping superpower about a focus tree for like all Millennium Dawn, which is crazy. But then again, I'm sure making a tree for India was monstrously difficult, especially for the quality it is. Yes, please. Civ from Spain. Alright, we almost got enough for another reduction in corruption. I'm trying to deal with that because our debt is getting bad here. Resurrect labor. An empire is nothing without workers. No workers means no goods means no income means no empire. We must put the reconstruction and labor culture first and foremost. The industrial and productive citizen is an ideal citizen. Tax cost reduction factor, meaning we get, actually it increases, that's not good. Civilian factories required for the workforce reduced. Required workforce, so basically, I think this will actually technically increase our unemployment rate if I understand it right. Which isn't really bad anyway, so it's not. Yeah, India's the big one. From India, I am, oh, I don't want to butcher your name, man. So I'm not going to say it for that region, because I am going to butcher your name. And I don't want either of us to experience that, but thank you for adding my country. Yeah, the MD dev team is finally added it, which is really cool. When I did my last India playthrough, I did it about the focus tree. And when I put those episodes up on YouTube, the amount of comments from like Indian people being like, add an Indian focus tree was just like so numerous, which I get. A lot of Indian people actually play Paradox games. I mean, it's a huge country, to be fair, but. Labor unions demand better healthcare. Labor unions are demanding we expand our healthcare budget. No. We're gonna replace the labor unions in a little while anyway, so no big deal. Happened to an old dueling network clan I was in. A bunch of lower level leaders hacked in and took control and disbanded the group. Jesus. Took us 4 weeks to regain control, and the assholes set it up, so they got control back. But framed a bunch of mid-tier leaders. Me only being a high-tier leader they framed. It's so weird how power will go to people's heads, even in like the smallest, in the most unimportant things possible for the smallest possible gain. I've seen that many times in the past as well. I used to work in politics and I saw it there, you know. People see a pathway to just an ounce of power and they'll do kind of all kinds of crazy shit for it, man. It's weird. Humans are like that. Very strange. All right, we need more oil too. So much oil is needed. We need to go down our industrial focus tree to get some of those as well for renewables and just build a bunch more. Because when we go to war, we need to be completely energy independent. If we're relying on imports for our convoys, we're going to have a very tough time of things. So we got to do that. While our military has been a chaotic situation for a long time, things are now getting better. We have a rough idea of who and where our military is, and we have managed to secure some supply lines. However, the military still lacks overall cohesion, and many units and militias operate independently from central command. Our military has a chain of command, but responsibilities and authorities are not always respected. We have a somewhat steady supply of weapons, but many units have their own proprietary supplies. We also don't have a common tactic defined for our troops. What should we do to try to improve things? Confused military. They're all the same, so let's click on one of them. All right, the server I'm talking about is not public yet, so I will post links to the other roleplay server when it is open to the public on my Twitch and my YouTube, but it is not right now, so I will not be posting a link to that. I'm not going to be running that. I'm not going to be involved in the running of it, so it's another group of people, but they're really solid. Good group of folks who left after all that bullshit, so that's the group I definitely will recommend. Almost enough to reduce corruption again. Right there yet. Okay. How do we get into a surplus at this point with all this debt? Getting rid of industrial projects would be a good start. Raising the corporate tax rate, unfortunately, is probably also something we're going to have to do, but I wanted to get some more industry first. I need to, though. Are any of these actually worthwhile yet? I might wait to do some of these until later when we're really going down the warpath. No, this will give us all the casus bellis we're gonna want, but we really don't need it yet.
Development regarding the riots in London and throughout cities in the country. The Prime Minister has visited one of the worst hit areas overnight in Croydon, in South London, where huge fires burn.
Okay, so these we do have to do though. The coronation. After more than 80 years without a monarchy, Germany finally crowns the new Kaiser. We need to go down to Crusade Against Democracy so we can get all the national support boosting. And then when we're done with that, I'm going to go do a bunch more of our eco-focus trees so we get back into a stable place. And then when we actually go to war and get all these casus bellis down here, we will not just immediately get destroyed, which we will right now. Just rebuilding. We need to build spy network as well. There's a lot we have to do here. That's the thing with Millennium Dawn. It's not like Base HOI4 where you can just like put together, you know, 8 focuses, a working government, and just fight the whole planet. In Millennium Dawn, you gotta really get your ducks in order because countries are so strong and it's so easy to collapse if you don't build your country right. I'm gonna follow Maxine. Garda Corp is a really strong focus. It gives us a bunch of special units. Is it just because it's a really good, expensive design, or how come, droid? I think it would follow. Cool, dude. Yankees go home. We are sick and tired of this. Oh, Jesus Christ. Corn dog eating, twinkle munching, root beer. Root beer's fucking good. You shut your fucking mouth, droid. Yanks trying to be world police. It's about time someone stepped up and told them to go home, pay their debts, and mind their own business. The first two I won't deny. But don't you dare disrespect root beer, you fucking... I don't know if you're European, actually, droid. I'd assume so. based on that, but I don't know. Root beer is amazing, and I will die on that hill. A lot of Europeans I know don't like root beer because apparently a bunch of your medicine tastes like root beer, but like that shit is delicious. Root beer is top tier. Like generic root beer you get at the store is good, you know, like mugs, that kind of stuff is solid. But the really good root beer is the kind that you will get at like breweries. Like if you go to certain like whole, like, you know, small business breweries in America that make like alcohol, some of them will craft their own root beer, and that shit is just top tier, man. Top tier. You damn right, Bird. You're a true patriot. Damn right. Paul gets it too. Root beer is goated. Yeah, Droid, okay, I'm assuming now you're a European based on your answers. Your focus descriptions are a shitpost. We all know what the best focus in Millennium Dawn is, though. I will say it every time. No focus will ever come close to the level of... Hold on. I can never find it in the focus tree. Syrian anime. There it is. Best focus in Millennium Dawn, which increases the popularity of Western outlook in exchange for reducing population growth due to the entire young population of Syria watching anime and obviously not getting girlfriends, which naturally go closely together, as you will know if you've ever met an anime enjoyer. I don't mean like the casual kind who just watch it and like, that's cool, hell yeah, and enjoy it. I mean the kind who takes a body pillow to school in American high schools, and they do exist. It's not a meme, they do exist, they are out there. I knew one in high school. Fingerless gloves too. Special individual. Does it actually have an anime scene? Hold on. I know you're joking. I assume you're joking. Now I'm curious. I found a studio in Syria that dubs anime. I found a Reddit post from 2020 titled, "I wish anime was invented in Syria instead of Japan." Interesting. I found another Reddit post titled, "Millennium Dawn is great," with a link to the focus. Nice. You goddamn liar, mage. You goddamn liar. We'll sell Ukraine more reactor-grade fuel. European court allows all women to join the Bundeswehr. Our Constitution, Book 49, says explicitly that women are disallowed to serve in the German army. They were allowed to serve as nurses in the military music service, but don't hold a weapon. As a consequence of that, in '96, a German woman sued the government as her application to join the army as a normal soldier was denied. The case got before the European court and is decided now that it is against the law of the EU. The German parliament needs to rewrite the paragraph of the Constitution in the near future, but soon women can apply to join the army as equal soldiers. Nice. We're gonna not allow that. German women belong in the kitchen, making soldiers for the future of the German Empire. It's goddamn liberal propaganda and has no place in our Germany. Disgusting liberalism in the heart of the fatherland. It's a dark day for our country, gentlemen. I say gentlemen, because there shouldn't be any women watching this right now. If there are, you need to go do laundry for the Reich. A new constitution must be written, one that includes the monarchy, the newest edition of the royals, as well as the royal powers and exceptions. This will lay the legal basis for our new form of government's foundation. Then we'll do one more after that, and we're gonna go work on the economy. Dirty liberal, Tal. You gotta say it right. It's dirty liberal. You don't just say liberal, you say dirty liberal. Get your facts straight. Both states. GCC. You legally in Syria have to get into the desert to watch women's wrestling, and any wrestling with a man and woman wearing full bodysuits just to not be arrested. What? That's the thing? I'm not surprised, but damn. Assad Sama will use his anime power to apply in America. Fuck, dude. You know what was a real piece of work though? Bashar al-Assad's wife. She's fucking wild. You should look her up if you want to go down a rabbit hole of autocratic dictator wives being horrible. Real let them eat cake vibes, if you get my drift. I will play India. Cool, dude. I will. I absolutely will. I plan to. It's the first, like I said, big campaign I want to do when I make the time for like a full roleplay campaign again. Also, I'm not using the icons. I keep forgetting that they exist. That will depress me though, so I don't know about that one. Professor Modi warned us about them. I bet he did. He dealt with them in Gujarat, don't you know? Better artillery for infantry. There we go. Crusade against democracy. Democracy is a plague of the world. There's nothing democratic about democracy. Jesus. I'm seeing this shit take there. Democracy is the false sense of ideology constructed as a puppeting tool of the West. It's nothing more than a wolf in sheep's clothing. We'll keep holding on to our political power to reduce corruption more. We're down to 4 months. BJP supporters. Marie Antoinette did nothing wrong. You sound like my ex. I had and I'm not joking here, an actual almost relationship argument with my ex about Marie Antoinette. It was a very strange conversation. Which I couldn't really argue against because my simping for Napoleon was brought up in that conversation. So I didn't have much of a leg to stand on when talking shit on autocrats. So, yeah, didn't go the way I expected. See, I've learned in future relationships, I'm not going to tell them about being a simp for Napoleon, and then I can shit talk their politics and they're going to have nothing on me. That's the key, I think, to winning arguments in relationships, which, as we know, is the cornerstone of a healthy relationship, right? It's the key. It's very important. You're a sympathizer? Nice. Marie Antoinette wasn't that bad. She actually wasn't. Yeah, she was a political tool. She was just incredibly disconnected. And she could have chosen not to be, which is why I don't like her very much. Trade agreement with Russia? Which you could argue is holding, like, you know, different eras to a higher standard. But, I don't know. When they're from royal families, I don't have much sympathy. She was kind of a victim of circumstance, much like a lot of autocrats were. Oh, nice. We get the German Empire flag. Hell yeah. Let's go. I think it's wild that Bashar al-Assad's background is an ophthalmologist. Dude is an eye surgeon in London while his dad was president. Is he really? I knew he was a doctor. I didn't know it was ophthalmology, though. That's interesting. He's a total piece of shit, though. You're still the aging population, Depot. Yep, aging population is still there. You have to do a stiff competition or adapt China's policy. Stiff population. It's not quite right. Stiff competition, I think it was. Here we go. There's one, I think. Yep. Oh, I see. Okay. Hey there. You got to go for adopt China's policy or do stiff competition. It's just giving everybody Viagra for population growth. Nice. One way to deal with it. No, I haven't got rid of it yet. I see it. My only defenses for her is that she had great outfits. Was just a bit disconnected, and she apologized for stepping on her executioner's toe. She was very polite, and she did dress very well. I'll give her that. She did have mad drip. Assad must go, Hemu said before mysteriously dying. Guys, why is there an unmarked black van out front of my house with tinted windows? I'm concerned. The confusion in our military is starting to disappear. The way our soldiers act is starting to resemble an actual monarchy now. The minor problems still remain. There exists some duplicate commands where commanders' authorities overlap. Military procedures, orders sometimes disappear, and the money intended for them ends up outside of the troops. We're losing a lot of field experience and trainers as soldiers are discharged without documentation and casualties are not properly racked. What should we do to improve? Same as before. Wait, is it? No, there are differences here. There actually are minor differences. Let's get better division speed. I don't know if that'll carry over to the end, but just in case. I still think that black Wi-Fi company van was out there before. No, I don't think so either. Dude, my neighbors have the... Hold on. Let me skip the song. Close one there. Close one. We're good. Yeah, let's go after aging population next then. Shaking up the system. With our healthcare system outdated, perhaps it's time we shake things up a little in the drawing office. Reforming the healthcare legislation and focuses may perhaps alleviate some of the pressure and struggles the system and its staff are dealing with. We're gonna hand out Viagra to everyone. That's what we're gonna do here. Ooh, Bulgaria's far right. Beautiful. They're monarchist. Nice. What do you think of the newest HOI4 DLC? It's not bad. Overpriced as usual, but not horribly. The public trading market, I really like for weapons. I think it's really cool, and I really love the companies. I really like that. It's a great feature. I really wish that they had full-on worked on overhauling the economic system for base HOI4 because it needs it so badly, or at least properly overhauling trade, which they didn't do. But I do like it for what it is. It's a solid DLC. Not incredible, not amazing, but definitely good. I liked it. Terrorists launched an assault on our base in Afghanistan because we did send troops of America. We'll counterattack. Let's expand our laboratories and get on every research slot. We're up to 4 trillion GDP now. I hate construction sectors in Vic 3. It feels so gamey. Yeah. Yeah, Vic 3 is all about just min-maxing your construction resources and then just maximizing your construction output and then just scaling your economy. It's... I don't know even how to reform it to make it better, but I don't like it either. You know. They did Scandinavia dirty. They made them overpowered as fuck, Cosmos. What are you talking about? They're not very interesting, but they are very strong. You're working on destroyers as well. America's gone to war in Iraq. We got neo-imperialist yet? We can! Neo-imperialism, let's go. All right, what's gonna be our first target? They need to not be Western outlook, and they need to be having lots of good resources. We really need oil more than anything else. So let's find an oil target here. Probably Algeria. Rubber in Cote d'Ivoire or Nigeria would be really nice. All right, we're gonna look around the world with big Berlin Conference vibes here. The Saudis would be nice, but the Americans would not like that. They get protective of their oil wealth. Iraq would be amazing, but the Americans are already on that. Indonesia would be beautiful, but their Western outlook. Malaysia is nationalist. Oh my. Can our ships get there though? That's the question. We don't have basing rights around anywhere. Let's see if we can get them off of someone. No, we're gonna have to kind of like jump rope over there. So we'll go after Algeria first, I think. We'll go to Algeria, then we're gonna take territory down here for rubber, and then if we can still actually conquer at that point, we'll go to Eastern Africa, and then from there we're gonna go to Malaysia and take all that. Then we'll get all the resources we need to build a giant military, and then we'll scale, and then go after big countries after that. Colonial African Germany. Been a while. They're pretty strong, but the focus trees were boring. Oh, I agree with you on that. They weren't very interesting. But like, to be fair, almost none of the vanilla focus trees have been particularly interesting, with some exceptions. You gotta go to mods if you want actual content, right? You really do. Germany is among the top pharmaceutical exporters and manufacturers in the world. Forming a better union and relation with some of the other top exporters will provide Germany with better trade options and allow for better deals with these countries in the future. We're trying to get Viagra. That's where we're going right now. Please do keep it in English, cool dude. Just so I can, and me and the mods can moderate things. I have no issue with other languages, but if they can't get moderated, I don't know if any of my mods will speak that language, so that's always the big concern. I don't know that you're saying crazy things. Because I'm an illiterate American who speaks one language. Yeah, Sweden's always given ridiculous bonuses. Dude, EU4, Sweden in particular, is so bad. They're so broken.
The individuals coming out of the building with weapons. That's Wolverine 5, you're clear to engage. Initial Mike Juliet Alpha. You're clear to engage with weapons.
Iraq is instantly capitulated. They have not been guaranteed, so we will probably be able to go to war. Let's also work on a satellite network a little bit here, I think. We kind of can't with the economy, though. I probably should scale harder on Sis. I just don't want to wait forever. Pretty good reduction would be really big too. Let's do that for now. We'll sit on that for a while. Took 3 years? Yeah, it's pretty quick. We're doing alt-right Germany speedrun. Pretty good. Like, several countries have interesting focuses, like, yeah, Greece has a good one, Bulgaria. Italy's new one is solid, it's interesting. France's I actually enjoy quite a lot in vanilla as well. We don't have XP again either. It's in the military. Post-unification troubles. I switched to that music playlist too. Work. YouTube, please. Come on. Galinka, the left is striking right now. It's all in prison. I enjoy the French tree. When I used to play R56 comp games back in a while, I sometimes would go down the basic French tree because it was really nice. It was, yeah. The basic French tree is actually one of my favorites, ironically. It's pretty solidly well made. It's a monarchist wet dream too, which is always fun. It was the first science studio for Paradox. Really? I didn't know that, Mage. That's interesting. Huh. I don't know that. Yeah, which one of their dev branches was that? You know? Make contracts for Pfizer. Pfizer is the world's largest research-based pharmaceutical company in the world. Contracting out more healthcare contracts out of Pfizer will ensure our patients receive the best treatments and care from some of the best doctors in medicine that the pharmaceutical industry currently has to offer. Turkey's tree I didn't enjoy that much either, to be honest. I didn't like the mechanics they threw into it. It seemed like they were just making things difficult to like make it seem complex when it was really just fucking basic as hell, you know? I haven't seen too much about the upcoming Solaris DLC. Is that like the one like where you go outside like the dimension or something like that? I think I saw something. Sure. There are 22 of those new fighters, by the way. Those I do want to train. I need to be ready to go. Vanilla turkey. MD turkey is lovely. I'm talking about the vanilla one they added with Battle for the Bosphorus DLC way back in the day. I was not a fan of that one. The MD tree I really like. It's really good. I'm gonna put one more on actually, I think, convoys. We are gonna need a lot of those for these wars we're gonna fight. Plans for world domination. We're gonna take Algeria, then we're gonna take some rubber somewhere in Western Africa. I'm gonna try and take Malaysia. We're gonna use all those resources to mass produce weapons. And then we're just gonna start taking out nationalist powers, try and destroy the EU. We'll see how far I get with this save, I don't know. But I wanna test some of the divisions when I actually get XP for them, fighting like Western countries. If I can build a strong enough military, I may try and take on like Russia or France or US today, we'll see. I also don't know how long I'm gonna stream for, because I also wanna do some editing tonight. Don't destroy the EU. Cosmos, aren't you super anti-EU? You used to hate on the EU all the time. I remember you bitching about it. Only good part of Battle of the Bosphorus was the Magali idea. Only Paradox could do something so based. The Greek focus tree for Battle of the Bosphorus I did like. That one was solid, but I didn't like Turkey's very much. Greece's was kind of interesting. I don't know about that, Cosmos. Is that a gun or are you just happy to see me? Got ourselves a Nobel laureate for fucking writing over here. God damn. With all this oh Jesus. With all this bone and nowhere to bury it, the crisis is now among us. Providing our male population with these new blue pills certainly got the choppers started, but now they can't stop. Fucking Christ, man. Stiff competition. So basically we're gonna give everyone Viagra to increase their population growth. Japan should try that, not gonna lie. They really need that. Top tier writing right there. Man, I'll take that over, we are going to get more armor by increasing our studies in military doctrine, plus 50% armor research speed. I'll take this over that any day. Pretty heavy there on that writing. All right, let's get rid of corruption again. Major financial institution fails. Headlines have broken about a major financial institution going bust. Much like everyone in Germany, with all the Viagra pills, am I right? That's for you, Leslie. I assume you wrote it. The media is running rampant with this and heading for the hills. The government is being begged to a response for fears of a larger crisis on the horizon. What should we do? We are gonna bail them out. Too big to fail. That was 200 billion. Jesus Christ. We're almost there. While some minor issues remain, our military is almost looking like it did before the war. Just a few more organizational reforms should turn our army fully professional again. There are still several militias that haven't fully integrated into the army. Some of the equipment we are buying and producing isn't interchangeable. Our high command is requesting additional resources for analyzing the combat experiences from the war. What should we try to improve? These are actually different. I just realized. We'll do more high command officers. Bavarians will get real mad if the economy collapses. That's fine. We're going to put them down. Should the Bavarians be very happy given who's in power right now? I thought in Germany, aren't Bavarians are like really far right and like closet Nazis? That's the stereotype I've been told by Germans. I don't know if that's true or not. I was led to believe that was the case. Oh, China went to war with Taiwan. America-Chinese war. Let's go. Let's send some volunteers. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We need a front to appear so we can fight, though. Can't make the uber good division I want. That's not horrible. It's not great either. Those are grenadiers. Do you have any of those? God damn it. Where are you? Hans. We'll send Hans. Fight for the Chinese. You're not going to test out the new aircraft. You'll send the old ones. We're going to help the Chinese. They're basically pseudo-nationalists as well. We can fence in a whole one, right? We're going pro-China. They fit our ideology a lot better than the Taiwanese and the Americans, ironically, I think. Don't help China, worst enemy. No, I agree, fuck China, but the Americans are gonna be really strong, which means our units will get fucked up and we're gonna get more XP that way. So that's why I'm doing this. I'm not role-playing, guys. This isn't a role-playing game. If I was role-playing, we'd support China, Taiwan, true China, just because fuck China, but no, I'm trying to min-max our XP gain here, folks. This is min-maxing. I also want to be able to have children when the Chinese conquer America, so that's also important. Oh, America's just like fucking up China. Look at that. Whew. Freudian slip, on purpose. Planned. Don't question it, IMC. It's all planned. Much like the Chinese economy. I like my decisions like I like my economies. Planned. Should be able to grind some XP here. Oh boy, that's a lot of American F-16s. So them's a lot of, oh boy. Yeah, that's maybe not where we want to be right now. Boys, what are we doing? I know you got air superiority fucking fighters. Where are they? BB, no. We're gonna get shredded really quickly. The fighters I'm using are not fantastic, but they're good enough we kind of actually do want to keep them, so... Attaché as well for that XP. Alright, I can also divine the IFEs I want and the tanks, but we need actual army XP here. Got an ace, good. Mika the, oh my, the Blonde Knight of Germany. That does fit our ideology. The Blonde Knight of Germany. Oh fuck, man. That's a nickname. I can hear Hermann Göring nutting across time. More healthcare funding. Right now, our healthcare system is in the best of shapes due to a lack of funding. We should provide more funds to essential systems such as this if we wish to sustain a healthy nation. I want to get those bonuses to stability, which we're really going to start to need here. Yeah, very, very, very German man. The French, the British, and the Americans just set their nukes on high alert. AI don't launch nukes, right? They still don't launch nukes, I'm pretty sure, unless I'm mistaken. And we are actually gaining air XP, good. This fuel though. I think you can also make nukes now that you got rid of the Republic, or at least for your nuclearization focus. Yeah, we can if we want to. I tend not to because the AI can't, though, typically. Business owners request a tax cut. I represent a small and medium business owners have approached our government. They are saying that due to a lack of the economic situation of the country, smaller businesses are suffering. Oof. Or work with labor unions. We're losing planes here pretty quick. I don't know if this is worth it or not. Nah, not really. We'll need these fighters later. Do we have any just like garbage planes I can throw away here? Multi-role carrier fighters we really don't need, but it's in there either. Can you still generate XP from air missions for supplies? Let's try that. What's up, FPS African? All I remember is to download Twitch. Twitch has a browser application? I didn't know that. We're currently playing far right Monarchist Germany, testing out some military stuff. We are going to go to war with Algeria semi-soon, actually, so we can get rid of this goddamn fuel deficit. If America, yeah, if they take China, fighting America will be insane. It's doable, though. I know how to beat the US. It just takes a lot of build-up. Ready. Have our volunteers. Send them to Shaozing. Under Hans Lothar Dombrose. He looks very German. Alright, time to farm XP. Hold up, do we beat American divisions? No, that's a Taiwanese mech. Oh my. German Game Impact, let's go. To be fair, Chinese divisions should not really be that bad, actually. Does ROC take all the Chinese cores? No, they don't, typically. They take most of it, and then parts of China tend to get puppeted, if I remember right. I think. Been a while since I've seen it. Fucking hell, we're running out of fuel again. Construct more healthcare centers. Healthcare in Germany isn't bad, but it could be better. As the government looks to reform healthcare policies and funding, the construction of new healthcare centers and hospitals has been on the agenda for quite some time. These new facilities will help alleviate the pressure from the overcrowded healthcare centers and provide a better service to our citizens. The stability is what we really want. We need to start building that up here. And then I'm going to just start going after all those factories. They take all of it now. Okay, it's different than I remember. You just got pretty far, not gonna lie. Let's do a little cheeky encirclement if we can here. You need more than 30 billion in the treasury. Okay, we'll come back to that then. Factories and state modifier? 25% construction speed. Don't mind if I do. The Foreign Ministry of Germany will be relocated to Berlin, and a new agenda will be pushed forward for our relations and operations ahead. Jesus Christ, what else do you get with this? We get a 10% max factories to state, which is overpowered as shit. We get a 25% construction speed to civilian industry, which is overpowered as shit. Foreign investment cost reduction modifier. Another 25% civilian industry bonus. Oh my god. Yeah, okay, so Bundesgenter für Außenwirtschaft is really strong, and Invent is really strong too. These are really, really strong. We're gonna rush those. Order line busted. I will take. Our economy certainly needs it right now. Oh, those are mountains. Oh. Okay. Probably be looking at the terrain here. Yeah, the divisions we're using right now, our volunteer division is really not good in mountains. Let's send them to Hong Kong to help push there. IFVs do pretty solid in cities, in super cities. Which Hong Kong, I think, should be a super city. We've got the Air XP, which we can start putting actually into Doctrine, considering that I won't be able to update the two of the planes I want for another year, so can't do either. We can do Airborne Doctrine, which I'm not going to do, so we'll save it to 100, and then let me look at my spreadsheet really quickly for the doctrines. China will get its unit span machine operational soon. Depends if they take the right doctrine, frankly. What's funny is, according to the stats I've seen, local airspace defense is actually the best doctrine, I think. I don't know if that'll change or not, but right now it really does look that way. It's not supposed to be. question is how quickly we can do it. Down here we get the really good bonuses. The fighter bonus there, and then there's the fighter bonus there. Compared to Battlefield Doctrine, where you get the multi-role, you get it pretty early on. Fighter detection really early, which is huge. Just a flat bonus to every plane's agility. You get a little quicker. Yeah, we will actually go Battlefield soon. I'm just gonna leave this on. They'll keep deorging. That's fine. But we're gonna grind XP that way. I'm going for Algeria. Naval invasion set up for that. I think we have the range on our new ships to be able to get superiority all the way there. Oh no, I remember from back in the day. One of these are mountains. Yep, that's mountains. You want to hit Algiers. Algiers, or better yet, actually hit Constantinos. We'll hit Constantinos. I almost played myself. I remember that from doing this back in the day, because I failed a bunch of naval invasions trying to take Algeria for their oil. The reason being I hit the mountains, which you don't want to do on a naval landing, for obvious reasons. What is our range looking like here? We got the range we need. Why are all neighbor countries red? How do you mean? Because we sent volunteers, so technically we're hostile to them, but we're not in a war, so we're not outright at war with them. Now, there is the danger when I go to Algeria. Algeria will join NATO, and then we're fucked, but I think we'll probably be alright. I'll get a save before then and metagame it. Yeah, they went red. That's because we sent volunteers to China, and all those countries in NATO are at war with China right now. The main reason. We're fine though. We're not gonna get steamrolled by the Americans quite yet. Reliability, HP, reduction. Well, we're gonna pay for oil with oil. That's for damn sure. We don't have carriers, which really sucks. I may make a carrier later, but we don't have the tech for it. Carriers are so useful in Millennium Dawn because getting good air up over these long distance invasions is so important. It's really the only option for it. Are all your house tourist VODs on the channel I've seen gone for a while? Yes, they're all up to date right now. I believe. Yes, I did all the way up through World War I, so I'm just waiting to try and I'm waiting due to the hope that I can get HOI4 to work with the mega campaign, which it does not so far after the big update with Arms Against Tyranny. So I've just been holding out and not continuing the streams for the campaign because I've been hoping that we can get HOI4 to work, and if we can't, we're going to Stellaris. This is the last week, by the way. If I can't get HOI4 to work with the mega campaign this week, we're going to Stellaris. It's been a month now. Bismarck 2.0. We could try and clone him. Perhaps. That'd be nice. Look at the Guards Corp template. It's a very powerful one. I don't think we've got it yet. I have to do that focus, right, droid? I can almost make the designs I want to. I'll show you the ones I've come up with here in a minute. Find a really good meta one. See if I have XP to make it. Almost. Just missing a few support divisions, and then we can make the ones I'm going to be using for our special forces. I said I haven't taken the focus yet, so I can't do them. Not quite yet. Or I can't see the template yet, rather. And I was going to show you the meta, well, one of the good templates I've come up with, but I can't make it quite yet, so that was important. Bundesagentur für Auswirtschaft is a German government agency that provides information and support to German companies interested in doing business internationally. Our military has fully recovered just in time for the War of Algiers. Copy. I don't know. I'm not the best with meta, but like the divisions I tend to make in MD are pretty solid. I'll see what you think of them. The one I'm making is kind of cheaper. There's an upgraded version I'll make later as well. Soon. 30 days. 1 month away. I was in an MP game where someone made your tank divisions as Germany and I couldn't break them. They were pretty strong. That must have been a while ago. They're not really that viable anymore, I believe. I can show you in a little bit. You know what? Fuck it. This is technically a testing game. Don't do this at home, kids. I'll show you some of the divisions and I'll put them out because I am doing testing. I always feel like I need to follow and not use cheats, but today this is more of a testing game rather than anything else. So I'm gonna make some Spec Ops divisions. These are made for more like mid-tier countries, and I'm gonna scale them up for us since we're really good. This should be very fucking solid. I'm gonna build all our Spec Ops limits up with this. I will make my meta tank division next. It's the best tank division I could come up with. So many of these things for the fucking videos. JPC because I'm going to be putting those up pretty quickly. We don't actually have the mills to produce a lot of these, so I'll do the tank and I'll do the IFE because I always do prefer those. I'm gonna test and see if I can put anything else on here though. I'm trying to go heavy with these. This is supposed to be soft attack heavy. Expensive armor will be on other things. I know I'm using console commands, it's horrible. You know that rocket noise you're hearing over and over again? I just disabled it and I fucking hate the rocket noise. It is a little cancerous, I will say. It is a little painful. Then I'm gonna want the SP already designed too. Use a lot of that. Oh yeah, it's heavy rockets. This is just the one I haven't gotten yet, guys. Do I? I'm gonna have to change this design, I think, because I won't be able to maintain the reliability I need on it. Because I don't have access to some of the modules. So I'll cut this down to hardpoints. We won't need that piercing anyway to deal with tanks like this. 84% reliability is not great, but we can just mass produce these, so it'll be. Are you going to handle the history of the Stellaris? I've got a backup plan, which I'm not going to spoil. We're going to go into Stellaris radically differently. I'll put it that way. Alright, that should work. Let's start producing those. We need a lot more mills. Those. Do one more dockyard, and then we'll go right into mills after that. Okay. Start producing that. Got the Spec Ops Division template I wanted. Now I need the tank template. This is going to be a 60 width. This will not be good on rough terrain. It will be amazing in plains and in desert and in cities. I need to produce EA for this too, which I'm not doing. We are gonna need more IFEs. Wow, we're gonna need a lot more IFEs. I can redo some of our divisions into these actually. That's probably what I'll end up doing. Depending on how many IFEs we have. Let's see if I actually have enough to do that. Yep. Oh, we don't have the IFEs and the SPAA, which we can buy. Let's wait on that. Doesn't need to be fully next time. Look at most of the equipment what we need. This is the main division I actually want to test out today anyway, so let's see if we can get it. I can delete a division or two as well. But no, Truckoneer, I have a blackup plan for if we do go to Stellaris, which will allow us to move forward pretty quickly. It'll just be radically different than what I had planned anyway. Because I kind of have two ideas in the back of my head for kind of how HOI4 will end out and how we'll go to Stellaris, but if we can't do it without like the big World War III, essentially, there's the other direction I'll take it. Which I prefer not to do. It will be interesting, but I just don't like it quite as much. What's up, OES? We are far-right German Empire, and we are invading Algeria. We have red everywhere because we sent volunteers to China to fight the Americans, so they're all pissed at us. You know why we're running low on equipment? Because I keep wasting it all with these volunteers. I'm going to do that to free up the IFEs we need to test up the tank division. We're about to go to War of Algeria anyway. For this. We can, beautiful, tank prime. Hit the save in case we get cucked by America. You're not guaranteed, so let's... Public war wariness already. Fuck. This ain't old school Germany, that's for damn sure. Day one of the war. Are we there yet? Oh, we actually engaged their navy. I did not expect that. Algeria does have a navy. We did shred that bitch, but nice. Bavarian nationalism was put down brutally. I publicly executed one proud Bavarian before a crowd, and the Bavarian nationalists shut the fuck up, so we dealt with that. No issue there. Gesellschaft für, oh god, Technische Zusammenarbeit. Oman Federal Republic of Germany. The organization operates as a private sector enterprise with a development policy mandate to make sustainable improvements to the living conditions of people in partner countries. That's a right-on sentence. And to conserve the natural resource base on which life depends. I tried to do it in one breath. I couldn't. I'm sorry. It had to be done. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. I believe. Fuck. I believe a little less. I can do force attack, but I'm trying to avoid it. Now we need a force attack. And I'm gonna do armor spearhead. And makeshift bridges. All the bonuses. Come on, we need anima. And Abba. Yeah! Got that port. No, or not? If we fuck this up, this will be quite embarrassing. Got it. Big fucking play. What's the port level at? 4. That's not bad. Oh, they engaged our navy again. We don't need it for superiority anymore, so we're gonna do Big Force. We're gonna send both those in as well. I wanted. No airbase there. Where's the closest airbase to us? Ooh, that's a waste. Let's hold for a minute. Let's entrench, and then we can push after. Goodbye, Algerian Navy. You were here for a good time, not a long time. Yeah, so that was a very long German name. Very long. Oh my god, the dead. That crisis incoming. What can I defund? The interest in a debt is like the majority of our fucking expenses at this point. We gotta raise the corporate tax rate, really. This oil will help a lot, though. If we take Algeria, we'll get access to their oil, meaning we don't have to import all our fucking oil anymore. We're just gonna let them tire themselves out here for a while. We've got the port, so it's fine. And a major war as the Kingdom of Algeria and CK3 earlier today, so it's good to see them absolutely decimated again. Absolutely. This one's for you, OAS. Inspection reveals failures in the Bundeswehr. We have a collapsing army yet again. I was just doing too many things at once, I think. Alright, we're about ready to start pushing here. I didn't build a front line, did I? I did. Cool. Yeah, they're just giving us veteran units right now is what they're doing. SPAA we are missing, but not really badly. IFVs is what we really need badly. I've got too many of those deployed. I might just delete an IFV division here in a little while. Not quite yet, though. End up putting my scaly son, who is a holy order in charge of the kingdom, in my own little personal crusade. Was that a 1066 start or something? And then we're gonna do Invent here. Invent is a German institution with worldwide operations in the field of bilateral development cooperation and international cooperation with a focus on capacity building. So many buzzwords. There's a lot of synergy in that corporation, that's what I'm hearing. There's a lot of synergy. A lot of values being unified in a cohesive manner to provide international cooperation on a high level with sustainable solutions. Absolutely. And that's what really matters. Alright, it was a 1066 start, though it took place in the 1390s. We've been playing that for a while then. Goddamn. Is that your mega campaign that you restarted? OES? Oh, hell yeah, man. Nice. You're almost to EU4. Get ready. I'm gonna hold on to our PP because we need to actually get corruption down to level 2. Let's hold. Running speed. I'm personally really looking forward to EU4 because it's easier to RP because I can't metagame due to being really shit at the game. That does make that's definitely how I felt in EU4 as well, man. I could metagame if I wanted to. We're actually kind of getting pushed here. I'm gonna go for the encirclement on the right there and knock out one of their tank divisions if I can. CK3 is really easy to metagame if you know what you're doing militarily. That's one of its, I think, major downsides for sure. Alright, we gotta open up another front here. I am going to send in our tanks to Algiers. That'll spread the front at the very least. Because they've got the terrain advantage and they're entrenched right now, so we're gonna struggle to push here if we don't do this. That's not the right button. Alright, that's all the really good bonuses in that line. Jizz is not bad, but we don't need that too much. Would be really profitable. Let's take those civs. Despite heavy stimulus spending, unemployment, especially in Eastern Bundesländer, has remained high. Germany has been ridiculed as the sick man of Europe because of this, among other economic mishaps. It's time we choose a stance on the economic issues of new millennium. We get those 2 civs, which we need. What's up, Eagle? How are you doing? My last mega campaign, I lost horribly in the Great War in HOI4, got myself annexed and partitioned like I was pulled in 1700. Did you go to Stellaris or did you rage quit? Out of curiosity, Gray. Glad to hear that. I'm going to start the push over here as soon as we are launching with our naval invasion so that they'll struggle to get their troops over there in time. Let's do it. You quit? Yeah, I don't blame you. I'd be pretty pissed about that too. I mean, I rage quit my second grand campaign I ever streamed when I got the EU4 and I became Colonial Norway. And I got just absolutely massacred by a native coalition. I did rage quit that, so, you know, been there. Done that. So we're gonna land our tanks in Algiers. I'm just gonna rush that that airport. If we can get our air up in Algiers, this war is over. Simple as that. All right, here we go. We dropping, boys. Force attack before they get reinforcements over. We may not get this. Tanks are really not the best for naval invasions. Just roleplay that your remaining population government fled to space for the experimental space rockets. That's true. Just add heavy fantasy components. Oh, come on, get to the air base. 5 trillion in debt, Jesus. Oh, we do have an air base. GG. Let's give some experience to those really good planes that we have made. I hope they have air up. No, they don't. We would shred them. That's a shame. And then let's bring some cast over as well. Are we struggling with supplies? I don't think so. A little bit. Actually, it might just be worth, frankly, bringing over our air supply planes. Dude, I wish there was a HOI4 to Millennium Dawn converter. That would be fucking cool as hell. There is not. Uh-oh, this naval invasion's not going very well. Ah, fuck, we lost airbase. Control our market. By taking an interventionist approach, we will directly control the economy of the Bundesrepublik, which can allow us to stimulate employment, more efficient bureaucracy, and encourage tourism, which in turn will bring revenue straight to the Germans' pockets. Or assist. You're welcome. You mean all the parts of the focus tree? We gotta push for Algiers. Fuck it. Oh! Well, that's a fuck up. If I can... No, I can't do it. Because we're getting pushed there.
Alles klar. Bereit zu befehlen.
Airbase.
Bereit zu befehlen.
He actually busts through this port, goddamn. Come on, come on. There we go. Big, big. Big. What's up, Diamond Gamer? We wanted to have plenty of content, and Old Germany Tree hurt my happiness. It was so quick. You'd like start it and then blink, and then you were done with your focus tree. The new one is so nice. I mean, that's the thing with these playthroughs, especially Millennium Dawn. Most players are coming here for a very long game. They don't want to play for, like, you know, half an hour like any sort of game like this. They want to play forever, so it definitely fits that. No war goals. You could get war goals, I thought, with like the far right path, but it was so hard to fucking get to it if I remember right. It's such a pain in the ass. Like Italy had more content than Germany. Italy's tree is fantastic though. Italy's tree has always been so good, at least when I played, as well as Brazil. Because the devs for them have just gone so fucking hard.
Bereit zu befehlen. Bereit zu befehlen. Bereit zu befehlen.
Wait for our planning, and then we're gonna push. Nope, just Millennium Dawn Colonizer. Scientists are on cocaine. Dude, some of the focuses you can do of Italy are so funny. Legalize all drugs in particular is my favorite. Where is that thing? See if I can find it quickly. They've changed it though. I don't even know where to find it now. This one? Here you go. Legalize all drugs. And legalize prostitution. Fuck yeah. Based as hell. Let's end the war. We hope to work Germany up to 1.9.2, and then it should be set up for next year or more. Nice. Yeah, at least a year. I mean, this Germany tree could last a long time and be very playable, you know. A Millennium Dawn Light RP session. I'm in Italy. Has 3 trillion debt. Nice. It's not the best for you. I really want to rush anything that just gives us factories right now, essentially, more than anything else. Wow, we need real steel. Where is that? If we go down our... That'll take forever, but if we go down our industry path... We would have to stop importing, though, and then we could go down our automotive exports, which would give us a bunch of buildings. There was one over here, though. Where was it? That's the one we wanted. Okay. Administrate the workers. The German worker is currently too unreliable not to keep track of. By installing various agencies and standardized protocols in the government, we can more efficiently manage the skilled hand of our citizens. Did a follow Prime? No, we're not going bad Germany. We're going pseudo-bad Germany. This is Kaiserreich. All right, we can start to actually make IFEs. No, man, you gotta legalize sex work. It's gonna happen regardless of whether you legalize it or not. And when you don't legalize it, you don't provide protection for women who are forced to work it due to bad economic conditions, which will always happen. If there's a demand for a service, it will exist whether in the black market or in the legal market, right? There will always be demands for prostitution, even with AI sex workers, which will be a thing before too long here. So, by not legalizing, you're just killing women for no fucking reason, man. The only like really good argument against it is a religious one, but that's, I don't believe in the ability of religion to enforce values on a nation, personally. I've tried Novum Blexum, ketamine. I'm not a huge fan of it. It's a solid mod, but for me, it's always like, you know, why would I play Novum Blexum when I could play Millennium Dawn? Novum Blexum's pretty solid. I think it's a lot better if you want more like this kind of a traditional comp, sort of HOI4, if you want to just fight basically World War III over and over again. Novum Blexum is probably better for that, but generally I just would rather play Millennium Dawn 99% of the time. Feminism is not against prostitution. Certain types of it are, not all of them. A lot of types of feminism are for legalized prostitution. Feminism is not like a singular entity. It's not just like one thing, right? Like any ideology, there's different types of it and it's nuanced. We are gonna puppet, I think. And I'm just gonna take their resources. It's a little bit more efficient. And then when you annex them doing that, you get the cores as well, so it's a little bit better. So we will just satellite them. We'll take their navy as well if we can. We not? Bruh. No. I don't think they have any ships left. I think they have like one, but oh well, that's fine. Yeah, it's like drugs. You should legalize it and then actually tax it instead of it letting it be a black market thing, right? Like, it's such, I've never understood the mindset. I don't agree with the idea of like, I mean, there's certain drugs that it's a little bit more complicated, but for a lot of the common ones, legalization allows for taxation, which is the most important thing, right? Because taxation allows, you know, those funds to be put into useful things. I mean, look at any state, for example, or a country that's legalized certain types of drugs and taxed it and used those for good programs. Prostitution's more like a more serious one, kind of, in many ways, because like the death rate for sex workers is fucking high, man. It's fucked up. The fact that some fraction of the population people want to be sex workers in the future is not very good, though. if they want to be, there's nothing wrong with it either, in my mind, right? I mean, you can be judgy about it, that's cool, but you shouldn't limit their right to do it if they want to. I'm sure there are a few people who would actually prefer to be a sex worker, you know, because nymphomaniacs do exist. But usually people enter into sex work because they're desperate for money, right? Much like, you know, most people go into selling drugs. It's because they're desperate. And when you can't make an honest living, the honest way, you turn to other options, which are drug trafficking or, you know, working in sex work, right? So, I mean, the fact that prostitution in my eyes exists primarily because most people lack opportunities for other options or are forced into it means that they need protection, right? So it's going to exist. It should be regulated so they're not getting abused, you know, and so there's better prevention for STDs, which not just obviously seriously impacts the life of sex workers, but increases rates of, you know, STD prevalence in the wider population. Because a lot of people go to prostitutes, man. Most people don't, I think, realize how big of an industry it is, even in Western countries. It's kind of misunderstood, I think. It's one of the subjects a lot of people like to just ignore. All right, let's start training our military. And let's take all the oil from Algeria. That's a little bit more efficient. We have to decrease their autonomy, I think, and then we get them for free, if I remember right. I think that's what we need. If you want to get rid of prostitution, don't make it illegal. Help people make money, get jobs, so they're not desperate. True. We're actually looking pretty good on fuel right now, not gonna lie. If I am seeing this right. Okay, now we gotta deal with the economy, and I don't know how the fuck we're gonna do that. Tax rate, essentially. Cutting all our programs. Let's cut welfare. Cut healthcare. And then we are going to reduce our corruption again when we can. And then we're going to increase the corporate tax rate. Is there any way to get rid of the East-West divide? Probably not. If we complete Treaty of, we need to build 5 infrastructure in each of the eastern states. Oh fuck, that's, I should have seen that earlier. That's actually really important. We need to do that right now. Can we even build 5 infrastructure? We can. Berlin, I should say. And we'll get rid of the East-West divide as soon as we get those done. Cool. All right. I should probably read these other negative modifiers. People tend to ignore prostitution, drug addicts, homelessness, etc. Yeah, homelessness in particular is really bad in a lot of countries. I grew up mostly in California, and it's so fucking bad there. We're working on that one, too. Our other modifiers are actually really that bad. Okay, we're going to build all of the infrastructure. We'll get rid of East versus West, and then we're going to go all the way down and complete our unemployment focuses, and then we'll have really nothing but good focuses at that point. What's up, Lollipop? How you doing? No ships? No, we have a navy. It's just really spread out from the war. Bring it back to Hamburg or Bremen. We currently have 41 ships. Oh yeah, German Empire. Collapsing army spirit, yeah, but that's not like the worst. We really need to deal with the economy more than anything else, so I'm more concerned about those modifiers, and our political power modifiers, which are stopping us from dealing with the economy. Oh wow, we actually need to do all this. Oh no, we have to increase our interest rates? We're gonna do that one last. Regering Arbeits program. Putting Regierung Arbeits program, government jobs program, in order will allow us to quickly expand the ranks of our internal security forces as well as provide jobs for many unemployed people across the country. The political power we need, so. Yeah, I saw that. Wait, in decisions? I thought it was in focuses. Oh, I see. The Bundeswehr reform. Yeah, we do not have the money for that right now. We do have that. We can do maximized training efficiencies. Yeah, we'll go after France here at some point, depending on how far I get in the playthrough. I'll stream a little bit longer, but I'm not gonna go for an insanely long stream today. They have a lot of mechanics now, yeah, it's kind of wild. Okay, let's see if we can get any more oil from Algeria. Go after Côte d'Ivoire next. Get all that rubber. We won't have to import anything for our planes. Yeah, it's a lot. In a good way, but it can, I think, pretty quickly be overwhelming. Nice. Economic boom. Let's go. $10 billion deaths. Alright, let's look for other colonial targets. Côte d'Ivoire will give us all the rubber we will need for essentially the rest of the game. Precious metals we could really use too, so going after Guinea after that wouldn't be the worst idea. We could go for Western Africa. Obviously, the best country to take would be Zimbabwe. We could go take Mozambique or something. We could. Pick up light metals in Mozambique, and then we can get all the precious metals and light metals we need for the rest of the game in Zimbabwe. That would probably be the move, colonially. Mozambique and then Zimbabwe. But we need more oil, more than anything else. I'd really like to get to Malaysia. Salafist Indonesia. Hello. Alright, that'll solve all our resource problems. We're gonna take Indonesia. Germany East India Company, incoming. Bundesgentur für Arbeit. The Federal Employment Agency, or the BA, is a federal-level administrative initiative designed to alleviate unemployment through the usage of working agents and provide unemployment insurance and benefits under the supervision of the Federal Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs. expensive, but we get 3 more office complexes. Sit back. Listen, Tall. Like, listen to you while I write. What are you writing, Tall? There's a colonial focus tree. I didn't think there was. Oh, it's in the German Dawn tree. Oh, I see. Oh. No, you're right. Colonial Spark. Cameroon, Tanzania, New Guinea, Micronesia, American Islands, Namibia, Congo, Togo. And Core Bank Power. And none of these we really need, though. None of them are super useful countries to take. Those are all Germany's old colonial holdings, which in MD resource-wise just are not fantastic. Weird alt history and an alternative history in a fantasy world. Alternative historyception. You will go network-centric warfare. Still the best doctrine for a modern power like Germany. All right, I think I'm gonna end here for today. We got pretty far, a little longer than I actually wanted to stream today. I'll continue this sometime probably next week. I think I'll keep going with it. Why not? And just go a little bit more colonial. I didn't get quite the chance I wanted to test out these divisions. When I play next time, I might just use some cheats to start a big war force and make some equipment and just, you know, do it a little bit quicker. Probably will do that next Saturday. Optimally, best case scenario, if I can get the save translator to work or get the save stabilized for the Grand Campaign, I'll actually be continuing in HOI4 with the Grand Campaign next week. If I can't, I will just do this next Saturday, and then the next Saturday after that, we'll be continuing in Stellaris for the Grand Campaign. So I will start streaming those again, but still waiting to hopefully get HOI4 to start working. See if there's anyone to raid before I end. Playing HOI4 by chance? Or Millennium Dawn, rather. Rare. I have streamed over Millennium Dawn streamers every once in a while. Tommy K is like the only other like YouTuber I've seen consistently play Millennium Dawn. He doesn't play it too much. There's one other person streaming Millennium Dawn, but it's Russia, and I don't want to rate that. So we'll end here. I'll be back next Saturday. It'll either be more of this, or I'm going to start probably World War III, or we'll be continuing with the Grand Campaign in HOI4. So either one. If not, Grand Campaign will return in 2 weeks. That's about it. Hope everyone has a good rest of your weekend and a good week, and I will catch you all later.